丸見えね。
渚のリング、
ご安心を。
かかれ。
全部丸見えね。やっふっほっ。
急がなくてもいいのよ。
全部丸見えね。
はっ、捕まえた。よっ、
と手をつなぎましょう。ソーランの憩い。ふふ。
Tumben gak ngep-ngep. Apa itu bro, ngep-ngep? Halo bro, Kirito Idwan. Ngep-ngep apa? Tuh, baru dengar ngep-ngep. Bingung cara showcase Yula. Halo bro Puro. Wih, udah dapat Yula, mantap. Ngep-ngep tuh FF anjay. Aku diajakin teman main undawn. Jadi mabar katanya.
と、や、せ、よっ、と、
Yula kah?
せ、は、た、せ、
Aduh,
は、や、
bawa tim ini aja sih. Kalau Yula mau enak ya bawa Raiden, terus Elektro, Raiden Elektro, terus si ini mana ya nih, si Mika, mungkin satu lagi Bennett.
いってててて、痛
Aku juga main undawn bang, tapi sangkut di misi awal. Oh, aku diajakin teman, jadi pengen nyoba main. Mabar, kalau nggak mabar juga males, nggak ada kawan. Bang, kamu orang mana? Kamu kayak orang Minang. Anjay, Minang. Terima kasih. Tanjung bro, Tanjung Kalimantan Selatan. Main baru 1 kali malah jadi pajangan. Kamu sampai mana bro Kuro? Aku sama Bennett pada ke hamburger off-road. Gitu kah? Bisa bahasa Banjar berarti? Bisa. Aku sama
悪くな
Bennett
い芽が出たわ。
pada ke
今日も引
hamburger.
き続きサボりましょう。調子が良くなってから仕事を一気に終わらせるわよ。
Mungkin bisa pakai ini sih. Buffnya itu ganti sama Mona. Atau kalau ini kan nggak bisa di swirl normal apa physical damage, susah pakai Kazuha, nggak bisa di swirl, malah naik cryo damage. Jadi ya pakai ini sih, pakai Muna. Bonus damage 60%. Ya gitulah. Kalau pengen enak ya C berapa ya? C ini bisa C4 atau ya C4 ningkatin crit damage, crit rate. Kira crit damage. Tahu ah. Kenapa? Bentar. Aku kalteng bang. Oh, kalteng. Deket dong. Aku kaltim bang. Anjay, deket-deket ya. Sampit bukan. Julak kademen julak
情報
mana?
提供者から知らせがあった
Julak
わ。
au kah?
どうやらまた新たな変数が現れたようね。
Kukira buhanmu jauh di Jawa kayak itu nah. Julak tuh om. Halo, baru tahu. Sampai mana? Kalian petualangan di map baru di Velurium Mirage. Aku belum mulai. Ini baru awal buka map. Masih belum mulai bang. Sama berarti. Ini aku kata temen selesaiin semuanya setelah kebuka. Ini sisa 2 hari baru bertualang, biar petualangannya nggak terganggu. Tuh ini juga apalagi ya, ini belum kebuka. Dapat Layla lumayan. Nabung konten. Nabung konten bro. Ikan banjar apa? Banjar apa leh? Ada tapi anu juga bang aku. Ada tapi paham. Lahir di gambut.
この世を渡り歩くにはより
Lahir
多
di
くの身分
gambut.
を持った方が便利なの。君にも
Terus
いくつか作ってあげようか。
tumbuh besar di Banjarbaru sampai kuliah, terus balik ke Tanjung Tabalong. Mana? Ya, tos. Anjay. umat hendak berherak dulu. Anjay. Santuy. Belum mulai lagi petualangan di Fontaine. Bro Kuro mau nabung kah setelah dapat Yula? Bro Kuro itu kah juga ngambil senjata Yula juga kah? Aku berusaha nabung. Iya bang, antara pen Zhongli atau Yala. Zhongli, gak itu dulu kah? Pokalor dulu, gak ambil web bang. Web ada weapon apa? WGS kah? Buat si Yula atau apa itu? Weapon Ito atau weaponnya Dehya? Weapon Dehya sih aku ngincer kemarin. Tapi sayang dapat tombak si Saino. B5 ku cuma 4, gak ada yang limit bang. Fokus karakter berarti. Mantap. Aku gak bisa sih kalau kagak gacha weapon. Soalnya biar apa ya, kagak buat apa-apa sih. Mungkin buat indah dipandang doang. Mau ambil voka rasa agak malas bang, rata-rata charku perlu shield. Betul sih. Selain Zhongli yang rada keras, shieldnya cuman Layla deh. Iya, cuman Layla yang lumayan kuat shield. Tapi durasi shieldnya, durasi cooldown shield rada lama. Gak kayak Zhongli sih, cepet. Dua 12 detik durasi cooldown lama.
急がなくてもいいのよ。
Bentar. Kalau Zhongli berapa ya? Aku lupa. Cooldown perisai 20 detik. Berarti 12 detik cooldown. Layla. Cooldown 12. Iya 12. Main game apa aja bang? Aku main game PC, Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, terus apa lagi ya? Death Stranding, game gratisan kemarin dikasih di Epic Store. Terus game ini mau nyoba Undawn. Terus The Witcher 3 belum lanjut lagi. Terlalu banyak esek-eseknya. Terus apa lagi ya? aku ada download game Star Wars Fallen Order. Terus mau beli game Monster Hunter, tapi gak ada duit. Ya begitu, kurang lebih. Kemarin download Black Desert yang PC, kagak aku mainin lagi. Kurang tertarik. Ini nanti masih nunggu Blue Protocol, baru rilis versi Jepang. Orang luar Jepang dibanet yang main versi Jepang. Developernya ngamuk. Server down gara-gara terlalu banyak player yang mainin. Kan anjoy. Seharusnya developer senang banyak yang mainin, tapi malah ngamuk. Dibanet banyak akun. Gokil. Gak manuk akal sih. Astaga.
星と深淵無事今日の
Lumayan. Udah 3.860.
星と深淵
Ya. Level 4. Ini sudah 10 tambah Battle Pass 5 berarti 15. Terus kayaknya bakal dipapas deh. Relik artefak. Weapon tinggal ini udah, katalis tinggal claymore doang yang belum punya. Terus ada yang perlu di upgrade nggak? Kagak ada. Habisin resin di sini aja lah. Resin itu. Nah. Susah. Oh, lihat Discord bentar. Masih belum ada yang temanku masih belum online di Discord. Masih tidur. Wow.
撤収かかる。
深海のカゴ。
Udah berapa ya? XP 900. Sisanya buat termora. Karena artefak ampas, jadi seadanya dulu.
Anataの訪れは神格が示している。しっかり立ってな。永遠のオアシスの多数。永遠のオアシス。いやいや。
いやいや。
ご安心を。
痛がっちゃいないよ。どの目が出るかしら。おとなしくしな。
手をつなぎましょう。行きましょう。ソーランの憩い。
渚のリンク捕まえた。糸よ、工作せよ。急がなくてもいいのよ。真実はまだ明かされていない。
Aduh, ada-ada saja.
いい天気だ。ただどうも嫌な予感が。 急がなくてもいいのよ。よっ。急がなくてもいいのよ。
ご助力を。
かかれ。ほっ。やっ。た。
痛くしちゃうかも。ほっ。やっ。はっ。ふっ。
急がなくてもいいのよ。
相手を間違えたら、
ね。ご安心を。
欲張れ。邪魔をするな。遊んであげよう。
やっ。
渚のリン。よっ。
手をつなぎましょう。はっ。ふっ。
痛がってもいいの。 眩しい日の光、鬱陶しいわね。こんなんじゃ居眠りもできないじゃない。
大勢でかかってきても
それ。
手をつなぎましょう。手をつなぎましょう。
Ah, tolol.
よっ。
Hilang.
急がなくてもいいのよ。急がなくてもいいのよ。
お主でこの刀を試す。攻撃で仕留める。
全部丸見えね。
ご
ご助力を。
しっかり立ってな。嫌い。マッチョ。捕まえた。急がなくてもいいのよ。トン。
Hello. Belum ada yang online. Sedih.
悪くない芽が出たわ。
招待してくれた炭鉱くんに感謝しなければ。本当に列車に来た甲斐があったよ。行商人の青函跳躍は退屈なものが多いから、こうして旅をする感覚を味わえるのは久々なんだ。列車か。遊運転くんは趣のあるアイオーンのようだね。おっと、すまない。自己紹介が遅くなった。僕は星々を渡り歩き行商する者。泉州での登録名は羅刹という。先日ラフで君たちの仲間の炭鉱と知り合って、彼に招待を受けて乗車したんだ。いいね、このレトロなデザイン。心地よい車両。僕たちの飛行船も同じように改造できたらよかったんだが。そうかい？僕は炭鉱くんの話を聞いて、乗客全員が気に入っているものだと思っていたんだけど。想像してごらん。果てしない夜に光るたった一つの灯火を。列車の中から壮大の文明を眺めていると、紛争も苦痛も絶望も悲鳴も、まるで別の世界に隔離された
Gak
よ
coba
うな
main
感覚になるだろう。
Guardian Tales, Bang. Kayaknya enggak deh. Kayaknya enggak, bro. Nyoba undawn dulu. Itu pun diajak mabar. Enjoy, attack semua. Gokil, kagak dibagi-bagi. 400.000. Dua 425 28 900 700. Ini bagus. Susah. Harus buang-buang dulu. Aduh, di event coy. Sayang sekali tidak masuk naik ke crit. Win 64,8. Astaga, masih ketutupan. Maaf ya, ketutupan. Gak fokus. Tadi tolin. Ya. Maaf ya. Tolil sekali. Kayaknya naikkan karakter lagi ya. Dan hang udah cukup lah. Seratus 243. Berarti ini ke aja. XP.
ガツンとくるやつでいこう。よいしょ。我に力を。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。次、蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。ガツンとくるやつでいこう。
2倍速ってこんなもん？我に力を。
蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。よいしょ。
我に力を。
やっはっ。
Oke, quest udah selesai. Tinggal ini sekali, tinggal pilih ini. Sudah 12, 14. Mungkin ini dulu lah. Oke, ganti game lagi. Gak usah deh ganti game. Nonton YouTube aja. Sambil nungguin temen.
Possible scam because it's not really confirmed yet. This story starts in January of 2021 when a developer known as Fantastic dropped the trailer for their upcoming title the day before. It was announced as an open-world survival MMO set in a deadly post-pandemic America that has been overrun by flesh-hungry infected. It caught massive attention. The public was incredibly excited for this idea, so they announced that on March 31st, 2021, they would show everyone some gameplay footage. The day before it was set to air on March 30th, they ended up delaying the trailer a week due to technical problems. The new airing date would be a week later, April 6th, 9.
Aku nonton guide undawn bang. Gak nonton guide undawn bang. Oh, tinggal nanya aja sih sama teman. Dia main duluan soalnya.
9 a.m. And so on April 6th, everyone tuned in and were met with a starting soon screen. They would watch this screen for over 9 hours until the stream was finally shut down. On April 9th, 2021, 13 minutes of gameplay was finally revealed. The 13 minutes of gameplay looked great as far as everyone could tell. It would look so great that the game would become the most wishlisted game on Steam over top of games from AAA studios like Spider-Man, Stalker 2, and even Bethesda's Starfield. This caught people's attention. Fantastic accomplished this without having a great track record to stand on. Looking back at their history, they sold early access to their game called Wild 8 and then almost immediately abandoned it. They moved on to a game called Dead Dozen, which had even more problems. It went into early access and shut down completely 3 months later. Things kept getting weirder though. The trailer looked too good to be true, literally. Developers would even react to the video, stating that at the very least this looked like a vertical slice of the game that they had just created for the purposes of marketing it.
Is this in game?
The day before.
It is.
Oh my.
I'm getting very The Division vibes from this.
Wow, the shadows are incredible. The lighting is just excellent.
Told you,
Look at
show
this.
reflections.
Oh man.
In an MMO though, I'm skeptical.
How can they do that? I'm getting a feeling this has all been rendered. This is not.
I think it's more of a vertical slice on first impression.
Yeah.
A vertical slice, if you don't know, is this doesn't mean that the whole game is done and it looks like this. This is probably a section that they popped out, and we're able to develop and carve out and make certain things look final when they're not. That's what happened with Watch Dogs. That's what happened with Cyberpunk for a lot of it. So I'm a little skeptical.
Are about to get heated.
Here's the thing, and this is why I think it's pre-baked.
Yeah.
See, that's supposed to be another player.
Right.
Can we go back? See the way they come in? It looks like it's an animated character that's not another player, but that means that those can't actually be other players.
It could be. It could very well be. They have their own, AI players. They
to
could
move
be.
like that, they would have to be AI, because if it
Right.
was a real player, the animation wouldn't be that
Wouldn't be
smooth.
that
When you
smooth.
actually play a game, you're kind of jittery.
This by itself wasn't totally unheard of, but with this studio's history in mind, it starts to cast doubt on the viability of the game being delivered as promised. Things would continue to get weirder when Fantastic used a bait and switch tactic on their fans, pretending a big new announcement was coming for the day before, and then when the announcement arrived, it was actually for a completely different game? Essentially using their clout they had gained for the hype around the day before to advertise and launch another game they were working on, called Prop Night. People weren't happy about it at all, but it was somewhat smoothed over when the studio also provided a launch date of June 21, 2022. At that time, that meant the game was just over 8 months away, so people were pretty excited. Fast forward to May 3rd, a little over a month before the game's scheduled launch date, Fantastic posted an announcement letting the community know that they would be giving a big update about the game that week. And what was the big update they hyped up? The big update they got that week was that they were delaying the launch of the game another 9 months, into March of 2023. The reason for the delay? Well, there was such massive interest in the game that they wanted to spend more time making sure they got it right. Honestly, for a studio that had never seen this kind of interest, to look at its project landing at the top of the Steam wishlist and decide, hey, we better spend the time to get this right, well, it isn't all that surprising. Among the changes that would be made, they would be switching the game over from UE4 to UE5. This also isn't surprising, as we've seen multiple studios make the same move around the same time. So far, we have a lot of red flags that could be genuine mistakes or intentional deception, but there wasn't anything you could point at and say, these guys are definitely acting in bad faith. That was until they later posted a video asking for people to work on their game for free, as volunteers. Naturally, alarm bells were really sounding now. It was weird that the studio was promising to deliver a game far, far beyond anything they'd ever created before. A game massive AAA studios are afraid to attempt because of the budget it demands. But people were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt until they had a reason not to. And for a lot of people, this was that reason. How are you going to make a game that by its very nature required a AAA budget, all while using unpaid volunteers? What kind of quality would that provide? And what kind of a studio do you have to be to even be willing to publicly ask for such things? If things weren't bizarre enough, on January 4th, 2023, Fantastic released another video on their YouTube that was a poorly hidden ad for another product they were developing. Some kind of office app. The whole thing was pretending to be talking about the studio and its development of the day before, but actually it just felt like you were watching a really weird ad for some product, and that's because you were. They had now used their attention that they garnered for the day before to launch 2 other projects that were not the day before, and they had also tried to get people to work on their game for free while also delaying the release date of the game twice. The longer the story goes on, the more the red flags pile up. And people noticed. They ended up having to turn off the comments and likes and dislikes on videos to hide the ire of the community. On the bright side, the game was going to be launching in just 3 months, so Fantastic's chance to vindicate themselves was fast approaching. That is, until it wasn't. On January 24th, 2023, the most wishlisted game on Steam was removed from Steam. In another twist, Fantastic would go on to say that it was a bug that caused it to be removed from the Steam store. But then Fantastic would later that same day post a separate post that contradicted that, saying 5 days earlier they found out that someone owned the rights to the name the day before. Unfortunately for Fantastic, this also was a provable lie, as there was evidence that they had received word their trademark for the name had been rejected months prior. 2 different posts with 2 different lies in the same day from these guys didn't do a lot to maintain and restore the faith of the people excited for the day before. With the game not even out yet, all of the red flags, and now a trail of lies leaking out of the studio, things were getting weirder than ever. People were beginning to worry if this was even a real game at all. The only trailer they'd seen seemed to have been at best a vertical slice of the game, or at worst entirely pre-rendered. But that was all going to be a problem of the past though, as Fantastic was due to show their gameplay trailer featuring real gameplay this time. Then at the last second they canceled, stating that they needed to talk to their lawyers about their name being taken before releasing the trailer. The bad news didn't stop there. The trailer wasn't the only thing to be delayed. The game's launch was also going to be delayed again for another 6 months to November of 2023. The internet was now crying scam. Everyone was beginning to think this game didn't exist. In response, Fantastic would turn around shortly thereafter and drop the gameplay trailer for the game. As expected, it didn't look nearly as good as the highly touched up trailer that came before it, And to be honest, the fact that it
Jelek
looked
banget.
worse now wasn't surprising and isn't all that uncommon in the industry. They tend to show very early on a concept of what they are aiming to make that ends up being far more attractive than what they're actually able to deliver on down the road. We've seen a lot of AAA studios make this mistake in the past and then get rightfully called out on it by their communities afterwards. What was odd about this trailer was that the 10 minutes or so of gameplay showed a massive world that felt far from finished. It was devoid of action, a lot of walking, and not a lot going on, particularly for a game that was originally supposed to release a year ago. On top of that, viewers would also immediately notice that many of the assets in the game were purchased straight off of the Unreal Engine shop and set into the game nearly untouched. And then finally, to make things even weirder, the trailer even had sections that were an exact copy of other game trailers. In fact, it wasn't just trailers that were copies of other games. Even the game's logo was a copy of another game's logo, and so was its art. This game may still launch, but we would have to be ignoring an absolute ton of red flags to say with any level of confidence that the launch will go well. If it does end up being a scam, it will have been an impressive one, as it will be the first scam MMO to have achieved the status of most wishlisted game on Steam. I hope they prove all of the doubters wrong, but as of right now, history would suggest this game will be sold in early access before dropping in a state that is completely unfit for release, ultimately being abandoned by the developer yet again. Where is the game today? 2 launch delays later and 6 months before its newest scheduled release date. Well, on February 16th, 2023, the developer released a devlog where they talked about the journey of the game so far. The website is still up, but if you click add to wishlist, it just takes you to the front page of Steam because you can't actually add it to your wishlist because the game doesn't exist on Steam anymore. This game hasn't stolen anyone's money yet, so it's not a scam yet, but the developers have been caught lying. They've been caught copying other developers' work. They've promised the moon, and they have a history of selling unfinished games and then walking away from them. Hopefully Fantastic keeps delaying their game until it's finished, but I wouldn't spend any money on this one until it's proven to be a finished, playable product. There's just way too many red flags at this point.
If you want to be kept up to date on how this all unfolds, be sure to subscribe and hit that bell notification button. And maybe even like the video and leave a comment if you're enjoying it, for the algorithm gods. Next up, Dream World, a game described as being the infinite open world MMO where you could sculpt the world and create anything you wanted with a massive catalog of objects in one single world with millions of other players. You could explore thousands of unique biomes and fight and tame Dreamworld's incredible creatures. This game claimed it would be the last game you ever played. This should have been the first red flag because the slogan doesn't even make sense. The Dreamworld Kickstarter, led by Zachary Kaplan and Garrison Bellick, made a lot of promises that were more or less impossible to fulfill. But who are they? What is Zachary Kaplan's history that allows him to believe he is capable of taking these people's money and delivering on his massive promise? Well, he opened a crowdfund for a speaker you wear on your chest back in 2015 because he claims he was hit by a car not once but twice while running with his earphones in. This man doesn't need a speaker on his chest, he needs to stop running in the freeway. Eventually he stopped that crowdfund and promised all of his backers they would be able to purchase these speakers in just a few short months. That was in 2015, and here we are 8 years later, and the website is still up with the product still listed as coming soon. After that, he started a clothing brand, and it doesn't seem that panned out for him either. And neither of these projects are particularly horrible ideas. I won't fault anyone for trying to be an inventor or an entrepreneur. By themselves, these ideas are completely fine. The problem arises when, with those 2 failed projects behind him, he decided he would then use everything he learned about creating wearable speakers and t-shirts and applied that incredibly relevant knowledge to creating a massively multiplayer online game. Zachary Kaplan and his partner Garrison Bellick would create a Kickstarter and start hyping up their new game, and the fact that it would be able to have millions of people play together and modify the entire world at will to their heart's content. Fortunately, they didn't mislead backers by saying that they had come up with the solution to all of the problems that prevented this technology from existing already, because that would have been lying to their investors.
The largest digital world that exists today can only have thousands of people. Then we came up with a solution that allows us to have millions.
Oh. Okay, well, that's not a good sign, is it? Naturally, all of this took place where many of these stories take place, Kickstarter. While other MMOs with $400 million budgets were struggling to achieve a fraction of what Dreamworld was promising, These two were going to do it all with a Kickstarter campaign for $10,000. That's right, $10,000 and 2 people to develop something multi-million-dollar AAA studios haven't accomplished with hundreds of developers at their disposal. What could go wrong? In what I can only describe as the result of people pulling out their wallets while temporarily detached from their brains, this Kickstarter would somehow hit its goal, and then some, earning a total of $64,706. Despite the fact that it looked like every ounce of footage for this game was nothing more than random assets from the Unreal Engine store slapped into the game with no rhyme or reason. It looked like that because that's exactly what it was, as Callum improved on his YouTube channel by showing each asset pack in the store. Even the main protagonist featured in all of the shots is the default mannequin from the Unreal Engine. The red flags were everywhere, but somehow that didn't stop 4 people from donating nearly $2,000 to the game. Once you have backed the game, you were promised access to the pre-alpha. However, the fine print stipulated that you wouldn't actually receive access to the pre-alpha until you also forced 2 of your friends to back the project as well. It's things like this that start to push this entire Kickstarter farther away from ignorance and closer to malice. As soon as the Kickstarter closed and they had all of their money, they went to work on the game, right? Well, no, they immediately went on vacation, causing everyone to wonder if they'd run with the money. They would eventually come back, however, and resume work on the game. They started a Discord server that used 14 to 16-year-olds as moderators so they wouldn't have to pay anyone. Like many of the stories on this list, this is one that just kept on giving. Even Zachary's ex-girlfriend chimed in on the whole situation to explain that the 9 years of game development experience Zachary claimed he had was actually nothing more than him writing ideas down on paper, at best. Garrison's claims of being a former employee at Google were also a bit misleading, as it turns out he was nothing more than an intern for a few months. She also explains that she broke up with Zach for a number of reasons, one of which being that when she went to get her wedding ring refitted so that she could actually wear it, the jeweler explained that it was so fake that it would break in half if they tried. I'm not at all materialistic, and I don't care about the size or the quality of a wedding ring. I'd argue it's the least important aspect of any marriage. But buying your fiance a ring so fake it can't be resized and then gaslighting her for asking about it shows severe lack of communication and maturity. But this was some pretty damning information. We basically confirmed that both of these guys greatly misled their investors where it pertained to their previous experience in this type of a project. Fortunately for them, they would have a chance to prove all of their doubters wrong. As with all things like this, eventually the product would be delivered, or not. On May 20th of 2021, we'd finally get to see Dreamworld in all of its glory, the moment everyone had been waiting for. Content creator Skiasso posted a video of himself playing the alpha, and let's just say, it was somehow worse than anyone expected. This footage was pure nightmare fuel. It looked like something that someone's toddler could have made in about 5 minutes of spamming random assets into an open world in the Unreal Engine. It was unforgivably bad, probably because that's exactly what Zachary did. In fact, I'm positive someone could have made something far more attractive given just 5 minutes in the Unreal Engine, leaving everyone wondering where did the money go and what was the time spent on. But hey, maybe the game just needed more time. It was an ambitious project after all. Well, that major reveal was 2 years ago. So where's the game now? Nearly 2 years after becoming quote-unquote playable. To their credit, they did continue to try and at least give the impression that they were trying to improve the game for some time, posting weekly updates on their website and on YouTube. However, those updates mysteriously stopped a little over 2 months ago. For all their work, their YouTube channel in its 2 years of existence has managed to gather about 500 subscribers. So what is the future of Dreamworld? I don't think there is one. These guys set out to make an ambitious game and failed. That in itself would have been acceptable if it weren't for the fact that they misled people, claiming they had years of experience in an industry that they didn't in an effort to get their money. Claiming that they had a solution to a problem that prevented games like this from existing in the first place when they didn't, which begs the question, at which point do we call these things a con? At what point do they slide past ineptitude and into malicious intent? Let me know down in the comments below. These guys are $65,000 richer, and all it cost them was their entire reputation. Zachary Kaplan and Garrison Bellick left quite a trail of evidence on the internet at this point, telling the world exactly what type of people they are. Thanks to YouTubers like Callum Upton and Kira TV, it's been incredibly well documented, and I think it's safe to say no one in their right mind would work with these guys or give them money in the future. Next up, we have Identity. Identity is another game put on Kickstarter way back in 2015 that promised the moon. It was going to deliver not just any MMO experience, but the MMO experience where you could do literally anything in a game full of other people doing literally anything they wanted. The world and its economy would be determined by the players playing the game. What did they need from the public? Just $150,000 to deliver an experience that AAA studios would spend hundreds of millions on. But this was 2015, before we'd seen a ton of scam Kickstarter projects materialize and fail to deliver. People's guards were down, and so they managed to collect 10 times their goal with over $1.5 million earned. How did they do this? Well, a handful of assets purchased from the Unreal Engine shop and placed into a world of course. We are starting to see a trend here, aren't we? Pledgers were even able to spend $5,000 for packages that would allow them to go into the office and game with the development team. Except there wasn't one. There was no office, and there was no development team, just two friends. The studio was only just created immediately prior to this Kickstarter by John Vanderswet. One of the consistent problems with all of these scams is the lies. Every development studio on this list has a habit of lying. These lies were a large part of why people were willing to give their money to these projects in the first place. It is these lies that should absolutely come back to haunt them in court, but for some reason never do. In the case of John Vanderswet, his lie was that he had invested lots of his own money in the game and that he just needed the last $150,000 to get it over the finish line. He even went as far as saying, should we meet our goal here in Kickstarter, we'll have everything we need to ensure that Identity gets completed. As mentioned, the game received 10 times what he asked for. John received $1.5 million. So according to him, this was now a slam dunk. He needed $150,000 but received $1.5 million. The estimated delivery of this game, according to the Kickstarter page, December of 2016. The Kickstarter closed and they began accepting additional funding on their own personal website. It wasn't until 2016, the year the game was due to release, that people started becoming suspicious of the project, noticing that outside of the initial video of some pre-made assets placed into Unreal Engine, the only thing the developers had produced for the public were some sketches and some conversations. Yet another thing this game has in common with the rest of the games on this list. With the beta supposedly just months away, the developers still had zero footage of the game to show to the backers. Heck, they couldn't even manage to share a screenshot. The developers explained that they were simply too busy to communicate with the public due to the fact that they were hard at work on the game. So they were claiming they didn't have time to do this.
Simply hitting the print screen button here will do the trick. The image is now on your clipboard, ready to paste into Paint or other imaging programs.
Yeah, that makes total sense. It's at this point that the people with a brain started to realize something was wrong, while the zealots without a brain attacked them for questioning their developers. This is the stage we see all too often in these publicly funded game development cycles. The first people to talk critically about the game and question how realistic its plans are crucified by those who have chosen to simply believe in their new higher power without questioning it. A couple of months before the beta due date, they announced that something playable would be available in 2017. This was a delay, but not a massive one. They followed this announcement up with an actual video of gameplay, much to everyone's surprise. The video received hundreds of thousands of views and was mostly well received by the audience. But now, with 2017 coming and going, despite the promise of a playable beta releasing that year, an announcement would come on November 3rd, 2017, stating that something playable would be released on March 21st, 2018. It wouldn't be the whole game, but rather just a small module, not the entire world that you could do anything you wanted, anywhere you wanted, but instead one small town square. At this point, Asylum had raised over $800,000, over 5 times what it asked for. It was also behind schedule and proposing to deliver a small fraction of the game that was promised, but at least it was something tangible that players would finally be able to boot up and play. On February 12th, 2018, they finally released a trailer with actual gameplay footage, although this footage was incredibly underwhelming. As much as backers wanted to see this gameplay, they were ultimately disappointed with what they got. This game still looked like little more than some basic assets slapped into the Unreal Engine, something we're growing all too familiar with now. Backers had one thing to keep their hopes up: the playable beta was only weeks away. That is, until Asylum delayed it again, but this time only by a month. Given players had waited this long, 1 extra month was not a big deal. Then, days before the launch, they delayed it again, this time indefinitely. And why not? They had at this point made over $1 million by delivering absolutely nothing. Players still knew next to nothing about the game, something that seems to be quite key to getting thousands of people to part with millions of dollars. Tell them you're creating something amazing while also telling them nothing at all, and watch how easily a fool and his money are separated. On November 30th, 2018, the game would finally be playable on Steam, or at least the Town Square module, which is just a name for a handful of buildings slapped together around a few streets that players could walk around. Players could no longer imagine what the game would be. Instead, they had to face what it actually was, an unplayable, unsalvageable mess. And so, with the illusion shattered, players would stop sending funding to the game. The game instantly received a mostly negative review on Steam, the worst that you could get. So where is Asylum Entertainment and its MMO 5 years later? Almost none of the bugs or problems that existed at launch have been fixed, but it gets better. It seems John Vanderswet, emboldened by successfully scamming his backers, couldn't help himself. In 2020, he would go on to explain that the studio needed more money to finish Identity, the game that had basically seen no progress in almost 2 years since its release. He explained that another developer had asked Asylum to be the publisher of their mobile game. Now, you might be wondering, why would any developer in their right mind go to this man to publish their game, given his 100% track record of failure in delivering games as a studio? Well, what he did not tell everyone is that the developer that approached him to publish their game was him. Yeah, he created a second studio to develop a mobile game, while he was supposedly working.
Temanku masih belum bangun, masih tidur kayaknya.
On Identity. And he needed us to give him more money to fund this new game so that Identity would have the money it needed to finish. He even created a brand new Kickstarter campaign for the new mobile game called Furballs. This is perhaps the most infuriating part of people getting away with this. They dive right into it again. He claimed that none of the money from Identity went into the new mobile game and that he only worked on it on his free time while he wasn't working on Identity. Two things that are all but certainly a lie. Fortunately, this time the Kickstarter campaign would be a complete failure. People were not as easily fooled by John given the reputation that he had now rightfully earned for himself. Kira TV did some great research on John after the fact and discovered that he had consistently moved into a more expensive home, despite John claiming that he lost money on the venture and had no other form of employment. One could theorize that a substantial amount of the money that was due to be invested into Identity actually was just used to buy John a nicer house. If that's the case, would anyone be surprised? Recently, Asylum put up a post a few months back at the end of 2022, reaffirming that the game is still the studio's main priority, though they are also working on other projects now. Tragically, the game itself is still available on Steam for $30, though with the reviews that it's garnered, I doubt anyone is falling for it. After 8 years and $1.6 million raised, all John was able to produce was a few assets slapped into Unreal Engine in a completely unplayable state. Whether it was malicious intent or complete ignorance, I would never invest in John Vanderswet ever again. He's proven that he's willing to embellish on his experience as a developer and failed to reach unrealistic goals, while moving into a nice house and attempting to cash in on a mobile game that he developed while supposedly working on a game that people gave him $1.5 million to develop. John Vanderswet has a new house, but he lost his reputation, proven by the fact that his second Kickstarter earned him a whopping $430. Next up, we have Day of Dragons. Day of Dragons was supposed to essentially be a survival game where you played as a
Way of the Dragon.
So, what you're trying to say is that you fell here from another world? But when you wanted to leave and go on to the next world, your path was blocked by some unknown god?
Outlanders, your journey ends here. Who are you? The sustainer of heavenly principles. The arrogation of mankind ends now.
And just like that, the god took away me. You
Get going. Look at that!
Don't be afraid. It's all right now. I'm back.
Is he talking to a dragon?
Who's there? The sky. Are you hurt?
You've actually got the power to go up against the dragon. Are you a new ally? Or a new storm? Quite rewarding, no?
We've seized another temple from Stormterror's grasp.
I can take care of the rest here. You go take care of other things while I'm at it.
See you later then, bye-bye.
There's no way Hilly Turtles organized an ambush like this themselves. Not with their limited mental capacity. Thus you were behind this.
Ascension is a WoW private server where you'll forge your own original hero by
Knights of Favonius, always so inefficient.
Agree to disagree, but your involvement in this just made things a whole lot more interesting.
What is to be sung transpired in days of yore, when the divine archons still walked the earth. A dragon cast his curious gaze on the world below, as he parted from the heavens that gave his birth. The dragon sought truth amongst common folk, but mortal trifles only fogged his mind. The wind-born bard strummed his strings dolce, and the holy lyre answered his questions kind. The dragon was but a child, full of wonder, and soared the heavens free from care. The bard's songs invited him to sing along, for he yearned to let all perceive him fair. Enchanting legends the bard and dragon were, but the tides of despair soon engulfed the land. The lion fang perished, and the falcon flag slept, as a vile dragon approached Mondstadt on Wednesday. Over the cathedral loomed death and his friends. Of the people's agony, the bard soon sang. The soaring dragon heeded his grave calls, and amidst the windstorms of brutal war spread. Blood of venom sent the sky dragon into slumber, only to awake to be expelled in abhor. Why do people in this age loathe me so? But the holy lyre replied no more. Wrath and woe, vigor and venom, poured from the dragon's bitter eyes. The dragon's curse sprawled in silence, but the lyre could no longer soothe his cries. He was once such a gentle child, now so full of rage and suffering. I also came across a teardrop crystal. Can you purify it?
Who are you? She disappeared!
Freeze! What are you doing here?
No, run! Oh no! We're busted! Run!
What? Follow me!
What has been done cannot be undone.
Then why do I see sadness in your eyes? Sadness that speaks of your yearning for this song.
They are communicating. Huh?
No! Don't depart! Do not be fooled by him, dear dragon. He left you to rot alone. Now he attempts to deceive you once more.
Beetles.
Let your wrath fester. Mondstadt has already turned its back on
You were planning this all along, happy slave.
The time has come for the dragon to serve its true master. While you beware your magnetic cells, watch the world tremble.
Dvalin.
Your Highness, your humble servant returns. When your homeland returns to this world, we shall revel in its glory.
while since we flew like this together. Huh, Dvalin?
Just now. Why? Why did you not ask me to protect you like the last time?
Me not wanting you to listen to the Abyss Order doesn't mean that you have to listen to me. Freedom, if demanded of you by an Archon, is really no freedom at all.
Is this the power of the animal Archon? But I am no longer part of the Four Winds.
Even if that's so, you still protected us regardless. Now spread your wings of freedom and go with my blessing.
And so, the Storm Terror threat was quelled. I clarified the misunderstanding to the citizens of Mondstadt, and let them know that they are safe. To them, it seems Storm Terror attacked Mondstadt out of nowhere, and then vanished just as quickly. They must be finding the whole ordeal very confusing.
However, winds change their course. Someday, they will blow towards a brighter future.
The Holy Liar! Oh, Lord Barbados! Even if I atone for these sins for the rest of my life, it would still not be enough!
Oh, give it here.
How could this... The Holy Liar, but how?
Huh? Let Paimon see!
No. I don't know how you managed to fix it, but you'll never touch the liar again!
We, really should get going. That trick I used to repair the Holy Liar. I mean, the magic I used isn't going to hold forever, you know.
What?
You tone-deaf bard! Hey, don't go! Whoa, look at all the people! We gotta get up front. We can't see squat back here.
The hour is upon us.
Rex Lapis has been killed. Seal the exits.
They're here! Arrest them! There's nowhere to run!
Hey, buddy. Hold still.
Come with me.
Anjay.
Ku opo wae, Shopee masih pasti gratis.
Assalamualaikum, selamat datang kembali di Guru Gembel Channel. Beberapa hari ini saya mendapatkan banjir komentar requestan untuk membahas tentang Nikuba, sebuah teknologi yang konon katanya bisa mengubah air menjadi bahan bakar. Yang ini tentu saja membanggakan karena ini adalah buatan masyarakat Indonesia atau buatan orang Indonesia. Yang sayangnya dalam narasi itu adalah bahwa teknologi ini tidak diakui oleh orang-orang Indonesia dan diabaikan oleh para ilmuwan di Indonesia, tetapi kemudian diterima oleh ilmuwan-ilmuwan dari luar dan bahkan sempat mendapatkan kontrak dari perusahaan-perusahaan raksasa otomotif di dunia. Di antaranya adalah Ducati dan Ferrari. Begitulah cerita yang kemudian beredar di masyarakat. Tapi secara pribadi saya menganggap bahwa berita ini adalah sesuatu yang janggal gitu, penuh kejanggalan. Kalau misalkan kita mau melihat dari konteksnya, dari kontennya, dan dari bagaimana dia menjadi viral, ini penuh kejanggalan. Coba kita uraikan beberapa masalah ya. Yang pertama itu adalah bahwa teknologi Nikuba ini konon katanya adalah sebuah teknologi yang bisa mengubah air menjadi bahan bakar dan katanya dibuat oleh orang Indonesia. Ini sebenarnya tidak begitu Baraya, karena teknologi mengubah air menjadi bahan bakar itu sudah diwacanakan, bahkan sudah dibuat itu tahun 1960-an. Dan karena tuanya teknologi ini sampai dunia-dunia fantasi kita atau dunia-dunia realita kita itu tetap sama-sama berlomba untuk mendapatkan itu gitu. Di dunia fantasi kita menemukan misalkan Tony Stark dengan energi yang ada di dadanya itu kan juga sebenarnya mengambil ide yang seperti ini. Dan kalau misalkan di dunia nyata itu kita menemukan ITER, sebuah teknologi yang diupayakan oleh dunia, oleh Cina, oleh Uni Eropa, oleh India, oleh Australia, Amerika Serikat, Kanada, dan sebagainya untuk menciptakan energi ramah lingkungan di masa depan. Pada akhirnya kita mengetahui bahwa teknologi ini belum selesai sampai sekarang karena ada beberapa hambatan fisika yang berhubungan dengan itu. Tetapi intinya adalah bahwa teknologi ini bukan teknologi
Saya yang baru sadar kita di dunia fantasi.
baru atau apalagi dibuat sama orang Indonesia, tetapi ini adalah teknologi yang sudah diwacanakan lama. Kan inti dari teknologi ini adalah air itu adalah senyawa yang terdiri atas hidrogen dan oksigen, dan mengingat bahwa hidrogen itu adalah sumber bahan bakar terbesar di alam semesta, bahkan yang menyalakan matahari selama ini sampai sejauh ini itu adalah hidrogen, maka hidrogen itu bisa kita gunakan juga untuk menjadi sumber energi.
Bentar yo. Bentar.
Air itu kemudian kita pecah persenyawaannya menjadi unsur-unsur penyusunnya. Nah, hidrogen itulah yang kemudian diubah menjadi bahan bakar. Kan begitu narasi ceritanya itu. Tapi yang jadi masalah di sini sebenarnya adalah bahwa ketika kita berusaha untuk memecah persenyawaan air itu menjadi unsur-unsur yang ada, maka itu membutuhkan energi, menyerap energi, bukan menghasilkan energi. Dan ini adalah satu di antara sekian hambatan fisika yang membuat teknologi ITER dan sebagainya sampai sekarang masih belum terrealisasi, kecuali di dunia fantasi yang dunia Marvel itu yang Tony Stark itu begitu. Jadi kalau misalkan sekarang dikatakan bahwa itu yang membuatnya adalah orang Indonesia, membuat air menjadi bahan bakar dan itu digaungkannya sekarang, maka saya secara keseluruhan menganggap bahwa berita ini berlebihan gitu. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian kejanggalan yang kedua itu adalah menyangkut keviralannya. Jadi kenapa viralnya baru sekarang? Saya tolong garis bawahi kalimat saya ini ya. Saya yakin keviralannya tidak akan bisa bertahan lama. Karena apa? Karena ini sebenarnya bukan viral, tapi ini diviralkan. Jadi ada pihak-pihak tertentu yang mencoba untuk memviralkannya. Bahkan kalau misalkan Baraya ngecek media-media, cerita tentang Nikuba ini juga sudah pernah viral atau diviralkan tahun 2002. Dengan cerita yang sama, ada bapak-bapak dari TNI yang kemudian menciptakan alat yang bisa mengubah air menjadi bahan bakar dan sudah diuji cobakan sehingga menempuh perjalanan sekian-sekian dan sebagainya. Itu tahun 2002 udah 2022 tahun lalu itu udah. Dan kemudian hilang dengan sendirinya, kemudian sekarang diviralkan lagi gitu. Jadi ada pihak yang mencoba untuk memviralkannya dan dengan narasi yang sama, yaitu ada teknologi yang dibuat oleh orang Indonesia, yang membanggakan oleh orang Indonesia, tetapi kemudian ditolak oleh negaranya sendiri dan kemudian mulai dilirik oleh negara-negara yang lain begitu. Nah, makanya karena video ini diminta 2 hari yang lalu, mungkin ketika video ini dibuat sekarang, saya ragu apakah masih viral gitu. Mungkin sudah turun keviralannya gitu. Ya tapi nggak apa-apa lah, kita lihat aja ya coba. Dan yang ketiga yang membuat janggal juga adalah karena gini Baraya, keviralan ini nampaknya sengaja dibuat oleh orang-orang tertentu secara tergesa-gesa, secara terburu-buru gitu. Makanya kalau misalkan kita melihat media-media yang memberitakannya, itu ada banyak sekali kejanggalan. Misalkan CNN itu 2 kali atau beberapa kali bahkan menyebut bahwa Nikuba alat pengubah air menjadi BBM. Betapa sembrononya kan. Jadi ya kalau misalkan medianya adalah media abal-abal, media biasa-biasa aja, itu gak jadi masalah mungkin. Tapi ini CNN itu adalah media internasional yang buka cabang di Indonesia, dan karenanya standar jurnalisme mereka itu seharusnya tinggi kan begitu. Tapi di sini mereka bahkan bikin judul Nikuba alat pengubah air menjadi BBM, menjadi bahan bakar minyak. Air itu gak bisa dirubah menjadi bahan bakar minyak, gak bisa berubah jadi minyak Baraya. Air itu bisa saja dirubah menjadi sumber energi, tetapi bukan berarti dia dirubah menjadi bahan bakar minyak. Dan seandainya ada sebuah teknologi yang bisa atau memampukan manusia untuk menciptakan air berubah menjadi minyak, misalkan seandainya seperti itu ya, cerita asli di video, cerita asli di kisah keviralan ini bukan mengubah air menjadi minyak, tapi mengubah air menjadi sumber energi atau bahan bakar gitu, dengan memecahnya menjadikan atom hidrogen, kemudian atom hidrogen itulah yang digunakan sebagai bahan bakar gitu. Tapi CNN bahkan sampai begitu sembrononya menyebut jadi bahan bakar minyak gitu. Kenapa bisa seperti itu? Ya tapi ini menunjukkan bahwa ini terburu-buru, ini sembrono orang yang mencoba untuk memviralkannya gitu. Atau misalkan kita juga melihat IDM Times sampai menyebut di judulnya Nikuba dikontrak Ferrari dan Ducati. Saya nggak bisa membantahnya karena sebenarnya dalam narasi di tulisan-tulisan bawahnya itu juga ada penjelasannya bahwa Ferrari dan Ducati itu baru melirik, baru tertarik dan kemudian mempersilahkan untuk melakukan demonstrasi di Italia begitu kepada pihak Nikuba. Plus ada kemungkinan-kemungkinan kerjasama yang tidak jelas bagaimana bentuk kerjasamanya. Nah, jadi di narasi di situ dijelaskan bahwa belum jelas bentuk kerjasamanya seperti apa, tapi di judul sudah dikatakan dikontrak. Nah, ini nggak tahu sengaja atau tidak, tapi yang menunjukkan bahwa keviralan ini disengaja oleh pihak tertentu secara terburu-buru. Begitu. Dan kenapa siapa orang yang mencoba untuk memviralkannya, dan dalam kondisi yang terburu-buru ini saya tidak tertarik untuk mencari siapa orang itu karena memang itu tidak terlalu penting. Saya hanya menduga bahwa orang yang dimaksud itu adalah orang yang sangat baik, orang yang memiliki nasionalisme yang sangat tinggi tetapi tidak realistis gitu. Jadi ide gagasan yang dia bawa sebenarnya bukan hanya Nikuba. Ide gagasan yang dia bawa untuk orang yang memviralkan ini sebenarnya adalah kekecewaan terhadap masyarakat dan pemerintah Indonesia ketika mereka terus-menerus mengabaikan sains dan teknologi sehingga kita menjadi bangsa yang mediocre gitu dalam tanda kutip ya. Coba kita misalkan lihat apa yang mencoba ya menganalisis atau meneropong apa yang ada dalam benak orang yang mencoba memviralkannya. Di Indonesia itu ada sekitar 280 juta manusia. Dari 280 juta manusia itu ternyata yang masuk gelar doktor itu hanya 30.000. Dan dari gelar doktor yang 30.000 itu hanya sekitar 6 ribuan saja jumlah profesor di Indonesia. Dan dari jumlah 6 ribuan profesor di Indonesia itu kebanyakan masuk di jurusan agama yang terbanyak, kemudian ekonomi, kemudian hukum. Itu saja. Artinya apa? Jumlah saintis jauh-jauh lebih sedikit. Dokter spesialis mungkin bisa dihitung belasan gitu. Dokter spesialis jantung gitu atau spesialis DNA saya pikir cuma satu di Indonesia gitu. Pokoknya mah yang berhubungan dengan sains itu jumlahnya sedikit dari 280 juta manusia gitu. Kan luar biasa mengerikannya. Nah, dari jumlah yang sangat sedikit itu pun kebanyakan masuk ke dalam ranah-ranah yang bukan sains gitu. Nah, ini kan membuat kecewa gitu. Dan karena itulah maka banyak sekali ilmuwan-ilmuwan di Indonesia yang tidak diterima di dalam negeri. Karena kalau misalkan ada temuan-temuan atau ada upaya-upaya, ada proyek-proyek, ada penelitian-penelitian yang berhubungan dengan sains, itu biayanya cekak, apa-apanya sedikit, minatnya juga sedikit dan sebagainya. Sehingga banyak sekali orang-orang Indonesia yang kompeten di bidang itu, di bidang sains, kemudian harus mengembangkannya di luar negeri. Kita bahkan memiliki salah satu ikon orang jenius di Indonesia, yaitu Pak Habibie, yang sama sekali tidak berkembang di Indonesia. Tapi dia dikembangkannya di luar negeri, di Jerman, begitu kan? Itu masalahnya. Nah, kekecewaan inilah mungkin yang membuat orang yang dimaksud itu mencoba untuk memviralkan. Jadi sekali lagi saya tidak membutuhkan mengetahui siapa orang yang berusaha untuk memviralkan ini, tetapi saya menduga bahwa ide gagasannya, pikiran dari upaya orang memviralkan ini adalah karena idealisme dia, karena nasionalisme dia, sekaligus juga karena kekecewaan melihat bangsa Indonesia yang seperti ini gitu. Tapi kenapa harus kecewa gitu? Maksud saya adalah kenapa kecewanya hanya pada bagian ini? Karena sebenarnya kita bangsa Indonesia itu adalah bangsa yang sampai sejauh ini tidak ramah terhadap ilmuwan dan resisten terhadap sains. Kita itu adalah salah satu bangsa yang paling banyak membunuh bibit-bibit atau jenius-jenius di dunia sains. Kok bisa seperti itu? Coba mari kita runut, mari kita evaluasi sama-sama gitu. Mari kita buka dengan pikiran yang gamblang gitu, yang terbuka gitu ya. Jangan dulu menghakimi, tapi coba cek apa yang saya pikirkan ini benar atau tidak, apa yang saya sampaikan ini nyata atau tidak. Jadi bangsa Indonesia itu adalah salah satu bangsa yang paling banyak membunuh kreativitas, paling banyak membunuh masa depan orang-orang jenius. Jadi misalkan ketika kita masih kecil, waktu belum sekolah gitu ya, otak kita, pikiran kita tuh benar-benar berwarna gitu, merah, kuning, hijau, segala rupa di sana sini gitu. Dan imajinasi kita itu adalah imajinasi yang sangat-sangat kuat. Ada yang pengen jadi Ultraman lah, ada yang pengen jadi pesawat lah, bukan jadi pilot, tapi pengen jadi pesawat, atau maksudnya bisa terbang atau segala rupa. Kita tuh otak-otak kita itu adalah otak orang-orang jenius gitu. Tapi kemudian ketika kita masuk sekolah, misalkan TK gitu ya, atau SD kelas 1 gitu ya. Nah, kejeniusan kita itu mulai diberangus. Khususnya waktu kecil itu yang diberangus itu adalah calon-calon atlet luar biasa dan seniman-seniman jenius di masa depan itu langsung dibunuh ketika dia masuk sekolah SD gitu. Di antaranya apa? Ketika ada anak kecil misalkan yang dia senang dengan sampul buku yang warna-warni, yang ada gambar mobil, gambar pahlawan super, gambar anime apa dan sebagainya, itu yang warna-warni itu yang sebenarnya jelas-jelas telah menghidupkan imajinasi dalam pikirannya itu, yang telah membuat otaknya itu bergejolak ke sana ke sini gitu, pengen ikut menggambar, pengen apa gitu, yang itu adalah karakteristik orang jenius, itu kemudian tiba-tiba dibantai sama gurunya. Gurunya bilang, anak-anak nanti bukunya itu harus disampul rapih ya, disampul pakai sampul coklat yang gak ada gambar apapun kecuali warnanya hitam dan coklat saja dengan tulisan sukses bagi si rajin. Penghancurannya itu ternyata sistematis sejak awal gitu. Jadi orang-orang yang jenius, orang-orang yang ini, imajinasinya, sumber imajinasinya langsung ditutup di situ juga. Kemudian ketika dia berusaha untuk memberontak, misalkan dia waktu kecil masih pengen ngegambar di buku tulisnya, pengen menumpahkan gagasannya, imajinasinya dalam bentuk abstrak gitu. Lalu si gurunya mengatakan, kamu jangan coret-coret di buku ya, kamu nulis di sini ya. Hancur lagi. Jadi sejak kecil kita tuh memiliki sistem yang menghancurkan masa depan orang-orang jenius di bidang seni seperti itu, atau kemudian masuk ke dunia atlet. Kenapa atlet-atlet kita itu tidak mendunia gitu, jarang sekali yang bisa sampai ke dunia? Ya karena sejak kecil dibantai, sejak kecil dibunuh. Jadi ada anak yang ahli misalkan senang main futsal, apa yang dilakukan sama guru dan orang tuanya? Jangan main futsal, jangan apa, kamu harus belajar matematika, kamu harus belajar bahasa Indonesia, kamu harus belajar bahasa ini dan sebagainya. Dan akhirnya sumber kesenangan dia, hobinya, bakatnya, minatnya, yaitu mengekspresikan diri dengan kegiatan-kegiatan kinestetik, berlari, berteknik, berskill, atau dalam permainan olahraga, permainan basket dan sebagainya, itu berhenti di situ juga. Gara-gara apa? Gara-gara main bola tidak boleh mengalahkan bahasa Indonesia, tidak boleh mengalahkan matematika dan sebagainya. Jadi atlet-atlet kita itu, kalau misalkan ada sekarang yang jadi atlet itu karena dia mencoba untuk melatih ke dunia formal, ke sekolah bola, ke apa gitu. Sedangkan bakat-bakat yang aslinya itu sudah dibunuh sejak awal. Ngeri kan? Itulah masyarakat kita. Makanya masyarakat kita itu adalah masyarakat yang resisten terhadap orang-orang jenius. Dan ketika misalkan oke lah, orang-orang jenius di bidang seni, orang jenius di bidang olahraga itu sudah dibunuh. Lalu sisanya apa? Orang-orang sains juga dibunuh. Orang-orang yang ahli dalam logika matematika, misalkan ada orang-orang yang di masa depan akan menjadi Einstein baru, itu juga akan dihancurkan. Ketika apa? Ketika dia sekolah dan ketika dia belajar sama orang tuanya. Saya mohon maaf, bukan berarti mengeneralisir ya. Nanti dikatakan mengeneralisir lagi. Tapi saya jelaskan seperti ini Baraya, gini ya. Ketika anak SMP lah ya, disuruh sama guru matematikanya atau guru fisikanya, kamu pecahkan rumus seperti ini, ada masalah begini, nanti dikasih rumusnya seperti ini. Kemudian si anak itu melihat masalahnya, kemudian dia bisa menemukan jawabannya sendiri tetapi dengan rumusnya sendiri. Dan akhirnya apa? Gurunya bilang apa? Wah, nilai kamu 0. Karena apa? Karena walaupun jawabannya benar, kalau rumusnya salah, maka jawabannya salah. Yang dimaksud dengan rumusnya salah itu apa? Rumus yang tidak sesuai dengan guru, rumus yang tidak sesuai dengan buku. Padahal ketika si anak itu mampu bikin rumus sendiri, maka itu jauh lebih penting karena itu otentik. Berarti si anak itu penemu gitu. Dengan gagasannya sendiri, dengan logikanya sendiri, dia mampu menemukan pemecahan dari masalah yang disampaikan oleh si gurunya. Tapi gurunya tidak mau tahu, gurunya tidak peduli. Gurunya mengatakan bahwa kalau jawabannya benar pun, kalau rumusnya salah, maka jawabannya dianggap salah. Artinya apa? Si murid itu disuruh atau dicekoki, didoktrin dengan ide-ide, dengan gagasan. Jadi belajar matematika itu bukan belajar logika, tapi belajar matematika itu belajar hafalan. Menghafal apa? Ya menghafal rumus-rumus yang diberikan sama guru. Jadi nanti kalau kamu mendapatkan masalah seperti ini, rumusnya harus seperti ini gitu. Si anak-anak itu nggak boleh untuk menemukan dengan gayanya sendiri, dengan caranya sendiri, dengan logikanya sendiri. Akhirnya apa? Dunia sains di Indonesia hancur lebur sejak mereka masih SMP gitu. Sejak anak-anak jenius di Indonesia itu masih SMP, mereka sudah tidak diperkenankan lagi untuk menjadi penemu. Apalagi nanti di masa depan dia menemukan ini itu, ya pasti ditolak. Orang waktu SMP aja dia udah ditolak gitu. Iya kan? Nah, itulah masalah kita itu. Dan ketika misalkan si anaknya sudah SMA gitu, siapa lagi yang dibantai? Yang dibantai itu adalah para filosof, tokoh-tokoh di masa depan yang akan menjadi orang-orang dengan pemikir-pemikir, orang-orang yang bisa bernalar dengan luar biasa dan sebagainya, itu juga dibantai. Karena apa? Karena setelah SMA, anak-anak juga kehilangan orientasi. Kenapa saya harus belajar seperti ini? Dan kalau misalkan si anak itu bertanya, Bu, kenapa saya harus belajar seperti ini? Atau pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang sangat sederhana tapi filosofis gitu. Bu, kenapa kalau perempuan rambutnya boleh panjang, kalau laki-laki tidak boleh panjang gitu. Misalkan pertanyaan-pertanyaan seperti itu. Coba Baraya cek, kalau ada siswa yang bertanya seperti itu kepada guru, apakah mungkin guru akan menjawabnya dengan benar? Kebanyakan guru akan mengatakan bahwa kamu gak usah nanyain yang seperti itu kan di luar materi. Kita belajarnya materi tentang ini, blank gitu. Jadi kalian itu hanya boleh bertanya tentang materi-materi yang berhubungan dengan apa yang diajarkan di buku gitu. Bolehkah siswa misalkan bertanya tentang sesuatu yang lebih filosofis gitu? Bolehkah siswa bertanya tentang sesuatu yang aneh? Bolehkah siswa itu bertanya tentang sesuatu yang dia amati langsung di lapangan? Tidak. Siswa tidak boleh dan tidak berkenan dan tidak berkewenangan untuk itu. Karena apa? Karena siswa hanya harus boleh belajar sesuai dengan apa yang diinginkan oleh sekolah, guru, dan kurikulum. Iya kan?
Saya merasakan
Ngalamin nggak
itu.
ngalamin yang seperti itu? Ada
Ngalamin.
pertanyaan yang mendesak dalam benak, tetapi ketika disampaikan di sekolah, di mana itu katanya adalah tempat belajar, kita justru malah tidak diizinkan atau tidak mendapatkan jawaban semestinya dari pertanyaan yang kita inginkan. Kan begitu. Artinya apa? Gagasan-gagasan kita, ide-ide kita, pikiran yang memberontak dalam benak kita itu tidak tersalurkan. Akhirnya kita mengalami apa? Disorientasi. Udah bakat kita sejak kecil yang jadi seniman gagal, yang jadi atlet gagal, yang jadi scientist gagal, yang jadi filosof juga gagal. Dan setelah semuanya itu gagal, apa yang dikatakan oleh guru-guru, apa yang dikatakan oleh orang tua, apa coba? Kamu harus belajar yang rajin di sekolah, dapat nilai yang bagus, biar nanti gampang masuk universitas yang bisa membuat kamu mudah dapat lapangan pekerjaan. Artinya siswa-siswa kita itu didesain untuk jadi buruh. Siswa-siswa kita itu didesain jadi budak korporat gitu. Jadi sekolah sepanjang 12 tahun buat apa? Biar gampang ngelamar kerja. Nah itu masalahnya. Jadi mau jadi ilmuwan nggak boleh, mau jadi atlet nggak boleh, mau jadi seniman nggak boleh, mau jadi filosof nggak boleh. Ujung-ujungnya sekolah buat apa? Agar menjadi budak korporat. Nah luar biasa kan? Itulah yang pada akhirnya menyebabkan dari 30 ribuan dokter di Indonesia dan dari sekitar 6 ribuan profesor di Indonesia, banyak di antara mereka juga yang sebenarnya tidak berkualitas karena mereka mendapatkan gelar akademis itu untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan. Baraya misalkan ketika sudah lulus SMA, apa yang pernah dipikirkan pertama kalinya? Ya kita harus mencari pekerjaan itu. Nyari pekerjaan gitu. Jadi betapa rendahnya motif kita itu karena ilmu pengetahuan atau gagasan atau ideologi atau apa yang kita pikirkan selama ini itu harus tunduk patuh pada pekerjaan, bahwa kita harus tunduk patuh pada buruh gitu. Jadi orientasi kita itu adalah buruh, sedangkan atlet atau cita-cita kita atau mimpi kita di masa kecil atau menjadi seniman atau menjadi saintis dan sebagainya itu semuanya harus tunduk patuh pada itu. Makanya seniman kita sedikit, atlet kita sedikit sekali, saintis kita sangat sedikit, karena semuanya dimulai dari kegagalan dalam pola asuh di keluarga dan kegagalan sistem pendidikan kita untuk mencetak generasi yang handal. Mau bantah nggak? Silahkan tulis di kolom komentar. Terima kasih karena sudah menyimak. Saya Guru Gembul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nyari bantahan, nyari bantahan. Masuk akal. Masuk akal. Apa ya? Ada yang seru lagi. Kayaknya lagi stream tapi bukan Minecraft. Wow. Ada nih 10 game paling mengecewakan tahun 2023. Bagian pertama.
2023 has been a pretty good year for video games so far, but that doesn't mean there haven't been some duds. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the most disappointing games of 2023's first half. Starting out at number 10, it is Redfall. Now, Redfall is a big disappointment for me. I am a huge Arcane Games fan, and I wanted this to be good. It's an open-world co-op first-person shooter from the creators of Dishonored, Prey, and Deathloop. All games I really like. And the description of Redfall sounds like something that could be good in the hands of Arcane particularly, but it's really just kind of an unfinished nothing game. Some of the visuals are pretty sweet. Not anywhere near all of the visuals, though. There's some things involving the vampires and even some areas of the world that look pretty cool. But for the most part, it's a pretty middling combat, all right-ish open-world affair. If you had an incredible story that connected connected all of it together. Some of it's excusable, but it doesn't. There's just nothing going on. There is technically a narrative, but man, oh man, is it ever bare bones. There's just very little going on, and I don't think there's a better way to make a game that had some promise disappoint people. But I think probably the biggest disappointment about it is just that it's an Arcane game. Really, it should be better than this. I love Arcane, and they're capable of better than this. And number 9 is Forspoken. This one's not quite the same as Redfall, where developers that are normally incredible put out something that's middling in every possible way. And also, honestly, there's some gameplay in Forspoken that's pretty sweet. Some. But that's about it. Where Redfall comes off as unfinished, Forspoken comes off as half-baked. But ultimately, it is another one of those games where there are some pretty high expectations because a lot of the stuff sounds very cool. It just isn't. In our Before You Buy, Jake, I think, appropriately called it a jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none situation. But I'd like to add that it's not really a jack of any of those trades, more like a crack at it, like taking a crack at all the trades. Well, look at all these trades. Oh boy, I could take a crack at them, and I will. I do think a lot of how people talk about this game is maybe unfair.
Buluk pemeran MC di game Barat sama Timur beda jauh. Kalau game Timur cantik-cantik, kalau di Barat harus realistis dan buluk-buluk, anjay.
I've definitely played worse games, but at the same time, it's also hard for me to blame anybody for having kind of a harsh opinion of it. Because again, like, when...
The hell? Hilang sinyal. Aduh. Temanku masih belum online. Aduh, mungkin online malam.
The cool part about it, again, it's not perfect. And, I mean, where it shines is where you're against the big old boss with spectacle going.
Tiba-tiba muter, asli. Sinyalku hilang.
On and all that. And it's honestly a little less fun, and certainly a lot less spectacular when you're just kind of fighting normal enemies.
Okay.
That said, there's a lot going on there, and like I said, there's some good gameplay in this game. It's just not the majority of the game. There's a lot more stuff that just is much less fun. Much less fun. And, like, again, everything about it is great in terms of its idea. The reveal was exciting. What the story sounds like it's going to be is frankly cool. And then it just, you know, it's not there, really. It's not developed or just much of something at all, which is not how, as a developer, you hope people describe your game. And number 8 is Minecraft Legends. Before this release, it actually looked a pretty interesting game. It was kind of hard to tell exactly what it was supposed to be from the pre-release footage, but it seemed pretty ambitious at least. Minecraft Dungeons was alright. We could only assume Legends was going to be cool too. I mean, Minecraft is one of the biggest franchises in the world, and you wouldn't think they'd half-ass a game with the name on it, but this one's a mess actually. Basic concept, again, pretty good. Sort of like Pikmin crossed with more traditional RTS elements, set in an open world. On paper, that sounds really fun, but the execution just is subpar. The actual combat parts are so simplistic, they're practically brain dead. The game could be incredibly easy, if not for some of the worst AI pathing in the world. I'll run through a single scenario. There's bad guys at the top of a cliff. That's where the base is. The only way to get in is to build a bridge. Fine, cool, makes sense. But the problems begin to come in when you're actually trying to get your units up the bridge. These things are narrow, and there's nothing stopping these idiots from just falling off the side. So most games make it so units just bunch up to get through narrow spaces, but not here. They just happily walk off the side of the bridge and get stuck. No, they don't try to backtrack and climb the bridge again. They just bunch up, and the only thing you can do is drop down and try to guide them back again and hope for the best. This sort of problem has been solved for many years, but for some reason Minecraft Legends, I don't know, just totally messed it up. Hey, look at this. What is this?
This outpost is done, but there are more piglins out there. There's no time to waste.
And number 7 is the last case of Benedict Fox. When they showed this game off the first time at Gamescom 2022, stood out as a game to keep your eye on. It's a Metroidvania with a pretty cool premise and some really gorgeous visuals. Honestly, the kind you don't see in games like this. It was an indie, but it got a pretty big push from Microsoft, and having a day one Game Pass release makes it one of the more noteworthy releases of the year. Unfortunately, it needed some more time in the oven. It was rough. The thing I
games. But then Elden Ring came out. Why is Elden Ring such a breath of fresh air when most other AAA games feel copy-pasted? And why did this game cause so much controversy?
Elden Ring is Game of the Year? The game is
man. To answer these questions, we first need to understand that when Elden Ring came out, the game defied everyone's expectation. Elden Ring sold 12 million copies in the first 2 weeks. Even Miyazaki, the mastermind behind Elden Ring, was surprised by the success. And to put the sales into context, Elden Ring at release was on pace to sell the same amount of copies as some of the best-selling open-world games of the last decade. GTA 5, Skyrim, and Breath of the Wild. I mean, if you really think about it, Elden Ring should not have been performing as well as these other games. Don't get me wrong, Elden Ring is an incredible game, but most FromSoft games are pretty niche and usually target a more hardcore and advanced player base. By nature, FromSoft games shouldn't sell as much as Zelda or GTA, but this time, Elden Ring did. Why? What was different about Elden Ring, and what set it apart from other FromSoft games? The answer? Nothing really. Yes, Elden Ring was open world, so unlike other Souls games, you could avoid certain bosses and areas. Yes, the lore was some of the best I'd ever seen in a game. The world was so immersive that I don't think I could ever find everything in the mysterious world of the lands between. Seriously, Elden Ring is a masterpiece. Go play this game. But I would argue that almost every FromSoft game is a masterpiece too, and just like the other Souls games, Elden Ring still targets a hardcore player base, and the gameplay is still punishing as hell. So why then is Elden Ring capturing a much larger chunk of the gaming market? There is a huge demand for high quality AAA games, and not much of a supply. I mean, imagine you're at a restaurant, and you have a hankering for some steak, but they're out of stock. All they have left is some burnt scraps of cooked steak they can shovel onto a plate, or you can get a delicious honey-baked ham with a sweet honey drizzle. So although you wanted a steak, you choose the honey-baked ham because the steak scraps just aren't edible. This is the AAA game market we are in right now. Millions of gamers looking at the piss-poor options, praying to Gabe, the god of Steam, to give them anything fun and exciting. It doesn't matter what genre, as long as it's good. Just give us something edible and satisfying. So when Elden Ring came out and the world saw how amazing this game was, people who were originally intimidated by Souls games looked at Elden Ring and said, screw it. Let's try it out. I got nothing else to play. So like the guy choosing the ham over the burnt steak, I would argue that Elden Ring's meteoric success is not only a byproduct of how good the game is, but because there's such a small supply of good AAA titles right now. Elden Ring really is the best option on the menu. However, like every industry, there will be people who hate or love something purely because of its popularity. And man, do we have a few in the gaming industry. But what's surprising this time, many of the people who hate Elden Ring are developers at other studios, infuriated by Elden Ring's success.
Same developer who said, Elden Ring's UX is so bad that I can only imagine FromSoft's devs smoking at their desks and using CRT monitors.
I guess these developers felt that the game violated certain tenets of game development, and by violating these rules of development, Elden Ring didn't deserve its success. Why would these devs be so angry about Elden Ring's success? Who cares if Elden Ring didn't follow the rules of game development? It's not like Elden Ring's success affects them. Well, mostly. I can see why developers at Guerrilla Games were upset. Elden Ring released only 1 week after Horizon Forbidden West, so you could say that Elden Ring overshadowed the hype around Horizon. So Horizon possibly didn't perform as expected. The reason is petty, and in no way Elden Ring's fault, but at least I can see where the Guerrilla devs' frustration comes from. But why were Ubisoft devs so upset? None of their sales were affected by the release of Elden Ring. Now, remember, these were only a few people and not the whole studio who were angry at Elden Ring. However, the response from gamers to not only these devs, but Ubisoft as a whole showed us something really interesting. Gamers are tired of playing the same thing. We are tired of the formulaic nature of Ubisoft and most other AAA games.
Sure, yeah. It has a satisfying shooter-looter game loop, the graphics are great, the mechanics are well-tuned and executed, and the story's acceptable.
Bummer?
Yeah! It's exactly the same as all other Ubisoft games. It's just another copy-paste.
You see, when every user interface, every store, and every game looks relatively the same, we notice. It's like hotel art. Each piece of art is theoretically different, but somehow feels and functions exactly the same. So when the first few Assassin's Creed games came out, they felt new and exciting. Running around the Holy Land of Rome, leaping off buildings, sneaking or hiding in hay bales, it was unique. But now I can barely tell the difference between Assassin's Creed gameplay and every other Ubisoft game. Ubisoft thinks if they just change the era and location of each game, we won't notice. I mean, one has knives and one has guns, right? But just like hotel art, they may look different, they don't feel any different. It's the same game with a new coat of paint. This reason is why Ubisoft devs reacted the way they did. They have been taught that to make a successful game, you need to follow a formula. So when a studio like FromSoft makes Elden Ring without the formula, and it's incredibly successful, it infuriates developers who have had their creativity restricted and pushed into a box. Now, these devs who criticize FromSoft should take full responsibility for what they said in a public forum. However, I also blame AAA studios like Ubisoft for forcing their teams to create unimaginative copycats of their previous 10 games. We can get mad at a few devs all we want, but the real problem comes from the Ubisoft's executives choosing to be formulaic. But why are the leaders of Ubisoft and other AAA studios hellbent on producing the same type of game? Why force your devs to work on the 100th Assassin's Creed when they want to work on something new and exciting? The answer? Stability and money. This may be obvious to everyone, but milking an IP over and over again is the easiest way to make money as an entertainment company. It's the reason why we've had a new Call of Duty 19 years in a row, and also why 2022's top 20 best-selling games are all existing. Why 2020
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 God of War Ragnarok, Lego Star Wars, Pokemon Scarlet Violet.
2022's top 20 best-selling games are all existing IP
Sonic Frontiers
or sequels,
Knight,
except for Elden Ring.
Nintendo
Seriously,
Switch
look at this.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Elden Ring is the only game on here that is a new IP. What's even more crazy about this list is that 2 of the top 20 games were Call of Duty games, and 3 of them were sports sequels, which are notorious for being the exact same as their predecessor. We can complain about these games being sold as copycats all we want, but we're the ones buying these soulless games in droves. And for companies to come up with brand new games and IP is risky, so studios will make sequels for as long as possible if we keep buying them. So I don't ever see studios not making sequels when we buy them year after year. That said, there is a negative effect on your brand when you don't release something new or innovative. Think about it. What is one of your favorite games? Remember when that game was released and how you felt about the developer of that game. Pretty good, right? Then think about that specific developer's most recent games. How do those new games compare with your favorite game? And how do you feel about that developer now? Probably not great. For me, it was Blizzard and Warcraft 3. This game made Blizzard my favorite developer, and I wouldn't allow a bad word to be said about them. But now, Blizzard has released cash grab after cash grab, not to mention everything else they have done. And I can't help but look at Blizzard with disappointment. A bad game happens sometimes, but Blizzard hasn't made a good game since 2016 with Overwatch. Not to mention they somehow butchered Warcraft 3 with the release of Reforged. I just can't imagine defending Blizzard anymore. The Blizzard brand has fallen from one of the greatest video game developers to a company that is compared to EA. But as we saw with Blizzard in the beginning, the opposite occurs when you release something new that just blows people away like Elden Ring. Gamers will have your back. even if the game isn't perfect. I mean, look at one of the biggest controversies on YouTube, featuring the Act Man and Quantum TV.
This guy made a video saying like Elden Ring sucks or something, and he hates everyone that plays Elden Ring. So Act Man made a video about like the worst take in Elden Ring.
The drama from these Elden Ring videos escalated to way more controversial stuff, like bigotry, copyright, demonetization, and the Act Man trending as the #1 story on Twitter. But all this stemmed from arguments about Elden Ring. Why? Because FromSoft had gained some huge brownie points for releasing pure art. And like any extravagant piece of art, people will have visceral reactions, both positive and negative. Which is also why people get so angry when you change the story and lore of video games with TV shows like Halo or The Witcher. I mean, Witcher 3 was a beloved game and a piece of art to so many people. Not to mention the comics. So when you mess up the story and lore in the show, the community isn't toxic when they react negatively. They are passionately asking for you to respect that piece of art as they do. Now, all this said, I don't just want to bash on AAA studios and walk away. True constructive criticism should have ideas for improvement, not just ranting. So if I had the opportunity to consult a AAA studio, I would suggest the Pareto principle to be applied company-wide. This principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, is the observation that roughly 80% of consequences come from 20% of causes. One company effectively applying this technique is Google. During my time at Google, I saw how they allowed their employees to spend 20% of their time working on something the individual thought would most benefit the company. Both Gmail and AdSense came from this practice, and the former made Google more than $54 billion just in 2022. A more applicable example is Fortnite. The original Fortnite concept was developed from an internal game jam put on by Epic Games. Although they don't strictly follow the 80-20 rule, a game jam is just one example of its application. Letting your team take time to work on new and innovative ideas. Just pure creativity with no deadlines. And creativity is the key to a company's longevity. You need to constantly innovate to stay alive. And it's what the AAA industry desperately needs right now. So how can we get more games like Elden Ring? AAA studios need to allocate 20% of all their resources to working on new and innovative games. No deadlines, no parameters, just pure creativity. Let your developers work part-time on something they are passionate about and be amazed at what they'll create. I'm not saying stop making sequels. As we saw, AAA studios make a lot of money from sequels, and sequels aren't always a bad thing. I'm stoked for a Hollow Knight 2, and I pray for a Warcraft 4. However, for AAA studios to be profitable while garnering the love and support of the gaming community, AAA studios should look at Elden Ring as an example to stop making formulaic games while applying Pareto's principle to let their developers conceptualize and build masterpieces we all will appreciate, like Elden Ring. Hey, thanks to everyone who joined our Discord and submitted their favorite indie games for this.
Now let's talk about the CGI, because that's what everybody and their mama is talking about right now on the internet. At best, the CGI was tolerable, and at worst, it looked absolutely horrendous. I know somebody out there said that it was supposed to look goofy, but bro, you are literally just capping to save your butt.
Stop the cap.
Most scenes in this movie where the CGI is used look completely garbage. It takes a huge turn for the worse in the last 30 minutes of the movie. And honestly, it sucks because the last 30 minutes of the movie is supposed to be the huge climax of the entire film. But now let's talk about the CGI, because that's what everybody
Apa itu?
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and lately I've been playing lots of video games and exposing myself to all the latest offerings that the entertainment industry has been pushing out. From fighting crazy gods to demon women that I want to step on me, gaming lately has been pretty good, I gotta say. But with every new cycle of entertainment there comes the criticisms and bombs where creators try to swing with new ideas hoping they'll hit more than they miss. And of course we can't forget the many websites and journalists who often say they want more representation or diversity but dismantle their own opinions within the very articles they write. And if you're looking at this video and going, hasn't Endymion done this video before? Is he off his meds again? Well, first off, maybe. And secondly, I like to think of this video idea to be something of a series here on this godforsaken channel, where we can all come together and discuss the latest high points and abominations places like the games industry and Hollywood have been creating. So let's explore even further into just why nobody likes woke characters, but firstly I want to talk about a character that I actually think was done very well. And that character in question is Prince Dion from Final Fantasy XVI, and I should also say, relax, there won't be any spoilers in this video. Anyway, Dion on paper is your typical westernized diversity character. He's royalty, he's handsome, and he's gay as hell. But whereas if Dion was written by Western creators, that's all he would be. His personality would begin and end with the fact that he likes a little sausage between his buns. Thankfully, Dion was created by the fine folks over at Square Enix, and his sexuality is but a facet of his multi-dimensional personality. Instead of focusing solely on his love of hunky guys, Square makes Dion into a complicated character that is defined equally by his immense strength and his horrific failures. For those who haven't played Final Fantasy XVI, Dion is the dominant of Bahamut, who's the king of dragons. This basically means Dion can transform at will into a massive badass dragon and burn his enemies to cinders. But what makes Dion such a great and honestly the gold standard when it comes to creating an LGBT character is that his flaws and weaknesses define him just as much as his strengths do. He's a powerful sovereign with an inferiority complex that can raise entire kingdoms into dust if he wanted to. But his insecurities and outsider-like social standings makes Dion extremely compelling and a really great character. Him being gay is but a single part of his character. Honestly, if you want a shining example of what woke creators should be making, it's Dion to a T. He's everything these woke creators wish they could have, but the difference between him and the multitude of terribly written, westernized LGBT characters is that Dion has actual flaws and troubles, and like I said already, he's far more than just what he likes in the sack. So really when journalists and writers wonder, it's because they're not written to be anything but flesh trophies to be paraded around for virtue points. Dion is the prime example of what happens when the creators behind something make a compelling character first, instead of just wanting to push sexual preferences instead. Dion really is a refreshing and very well made character, and it's no surprise he's made by Eastern creators, because it's Asian-centric media in general that absolutely shits all over most of westernized content these days anyway. And speaking of Western media that shows the polar opposite, let's speak about Transformers. Recently, the new movie Transformers Rise of the Beast has come out in theaters, and it's not doing too hot in the box office. But what I really want to discuss here is how in this new movie it's confirmed that one of the Autobots is actually trans. Yeah, you heard that right. Late last year, it was confirmed well before release that the motorcycle Autobot RC would indeed be a transformer.
English is my second language. As a vlogger, I deal with social media a lot, which is actually fun for me, but I will say
LGBT
sometimes
karakter.
Apparently in the
Ngebahas karakter-karakter yang woke kayak di barat itu, bro. Coba kamu cari woke di YouTube, geli, kegelian yang hakiki. Hara. Orang-orang kaum woke.
The IDW comics, RC said they were forged as male but recognizes herself as the person they were always meant to be. Mind you, Transformers are robots who have no genitals and are literally, well, giant robots. But of course, this is the modern era and everything must conform to whatever is politically correct these days. Honestly, it just seems like Hasbro and IDW hired a bunch of diversity-craved young creators who likely graduated with gender study degrees, and they saw the trans in Transformers and just began salivating at the mouth. Also, it turns out RC isn't even the first canonically trans Transformer in the Transformer franchise. God damn, how many times will I say Transformers in this video? Anyway, the first is a duo of characters within a comic series called Transformers Lost Light, with the duo robots called Anode and Lug being the first transgender lesbian couple in a series about robots who transform into vehicles. What? Apparently this Lost Light book was consulted by a transgender reviewer named Rachel Stevens, and it's a book series that promotes trans ideology within the confines of Transformers, which again are about giant robots that turn into cars. And sometimes dinosaurs. Also, Rachel Stevens identifies as someone who participates in trans lesbian couples, which is what Anode and Lug are, so they basically self-inserted themselves as robots. Lovely. While Transformers could be seen as an allegory for trans identity since they're born as one thing and then assume the identity of something else, at the same time it's also kind of just convenient pandering at its core. Because like I said, Transformers are robots. Apparently they can reproduce, but it's nothing like humans can do. This form of reproduction is called budding, and basically two Transformers form a mitosis-like structure where the two Transformers can create a liquid metal substance from within their body that eventually can become another Transformer. But from what I understand, this budding act doesn't have any strict guidelines. So could Optimus Prime and Megatron get drunk over some diesel fuel and bud themselves so hard until one of them energons all over the other's face and create a Optimus Tron baby? I guess so. Not that I would ever pay money to see Optimus Prime mount Megatron, but if I had to guess, I'm sure there's Rule 34 art of this very concept, which no, I will not look that up. I will instead just live in blissful ignorance to the possible existence of such art. Actually, you know what? I'll go look it up. 1 second. Okay, yeah. Yep, that exists alright. Did I just see a pregnant Optimus Prime riding Megatron like a horse in a bedroom while other Transformers watch as it happens? I sure did, fellas. And now I'm probably on a list, but you're welcome. Don't say I don't love you. Oh great, there's also even art of Optimus Prime penetrating Starscream from behind while Megatron lies drunk in the background. Why are people like this? What compels people to make things like this? You know what? I don't want to know. So let's just move on. But the fact things like trans, lesbian,
Watson was an inmate at a California prison, sharing a cell with David Bob and Louis Conti, both of which were serving life sentences for aggravated sexual assault of an underage child. Day in and day.
All right, now Netflix is actively working on a live-action Yu Yu Hakusho series.
That's okay. You can keep it.
Animation is dope,
The medium has given us some of the most creative and compelling pieces of art that could not exist in any other medium. For some time now, Japan has been at the forefront of the industry, producing some of the best works, along with some questionable ones. And anime has only gotten more popular in recent years. I've been watching it for basically my whole life. Some may call me a weeb, I prefer anime enjoyer, but in all my years of anime enjoying, you know what's never happened? When I'm watching an angsty teenage boy dual-wielding box cutters and using his gas-propelled grappling hooks to charge towards a naked man-eating giant, the last question on my mind is, hey, I wonder what this would look like in live action. But I was still blessed with an answer, and that answer was... Back in 2020, the year that keeps on giving, Netflix announced that a live-action Yu Yu Hakusho series was in the works. I didn't think much of it, but I honestly should have known better than to call Netflix on their bluff, because they fully intended to deliver. And just a couple weeks ago, Netflix revealed the main cast for the upcoming series, and the images sent me into a Winter Soldier episode where I was forced to relive past war crimes against animation. Animation being adapted to live action is nothing new. It's been happening for decades, and the incentive is pretty obvious. Creating something from scratch is generally more difficult than remaking or iterating on an existing property. The same goes for sequels and reboots. Existing IPs already have established worlds, characters, and magic systems, but most importantly, a built-in audience. The sudden influx of superfluous Star Wars and Marvel content is no coincidence. I mean, that Disney Plus library ain't gonna fill itself up. Their most popular franchises and classic films are prime candidates for milking. Hollywood as a whole has set the precedent that nothing is sacred. Anything and everything will get additional content that nobody asked for. And in the past decade, they've really set their sights on Japanese animation. With shows like Attack on Titan and Demon Slayer propelling anime into the mainstream, millions of new viewers are gonna go looking for more anime. And it's a no-brainer for media companies to try and capitalize on that. Anime has grown beyond just being on Crunchyroll, and major streaming services want a piece of that pie. Hulu cutting a deal with Funimation to stream shows that they license. Netflix buying exclusive streaming rights to Evangelion for a rumored $3 million. Even Amazon tried to step in with Anime Strike. Y'all remember that shit? Rest in peace. But Netflix in particular been with Anime Strike. Y'all remember that shit? Rest in
Januari 2017. Januari 2018.
peace. But Netflix in particular had another idea on how to capitalize on the anime craze.
Back when I started Albion Online, I was kinda worried about how to play.
Relax, Light. You're asleep. You're asleep and you're dreaming of some 8-foot-tall, demon-looking motherfucker. Oh, yes.
Live-action adaptations are something that have been tried and failed again and again and again. So why is it that these films and shows are so consistently bad? Are the people behind them just so horribly incompetent and they would actually work with a better cast and crew? While sometimes the case, I honestly think the reason is far simpler than that. Live-action anime adaptations just don't work. One of the primary factors that make the best animated films so great is the fact that they're animated. Just like how certain scripts are better suited for the stage rather than the screen, some stories just lend themselves to the medium of animation. In 1981, two Disney animators introduced the 12 basic principles of animation, which are still used to this day. Of these 12 principles, there are two that I want to highlight: squash and stretch, and exaggeration. Squash and stretch is when an object or even a character's features are elongated or compressed to emphasize speed, momentum, and weight. Exaggeration is when an expression or action is taken to the absolute limit to really sell you on it. These two principles are why you get freeze frames like this, end this. When people isolate these kinds of shots, then run off and go, LMAO, XD, his neck is literally broken, trash animation, L plus ratio, young boy better, they're kinda missing the point. Animation isn't meant to be viewed frame by frame, and these impossibly distorted in-betweens exist as just a single part of an entire motion. When played back in full, the scene has a sense of speed and fluidity that would be lost with more realistic movement. Prioritizing conveying the feeling and impact of a scene over adhering to realism works in animation because that in itself makes the scene feel more realistic. Anime fight scenes aren't bound to the same rules as real life, and when they try to choreograph a fight straight to live action, it just ends up looking like
Ven y trata de golpearme si es que puedes. La clemencia es una opción que tú no tienes. Veo que te estás cansando de intentarlo, pero tú solo sigues fallando. Nunca ganarás, estaremos juntos, luchando hasta el final de los tiempos. Y cuando te derrote, reiniciarás. Y aquí te esperaré una vez más. Estás hecho de...
Yo, wait a minute, this shit is kind of fire. Anime characters can move like rubber, so you can imagine a story about a boy who was literally made of rubber is better suited to be adapted to animation and not real life. Meanwhile, a series of fantasy novels with a heavy focus on politics and a bit of soft magic lends itself to being adapted into a live-action drama series. Different stories, different mediums. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse's low frame rate animation and line work meant to emulate the style of comic books is only possible because it's animated. On the topic of comic books, because I know somebody's gonna bring it up, what about comic book movies? Look at the MCU, they can successfully adapt comics to the big screen, so why not anime? To which I say, American comics function very differently from manga, and as such, so do their adaptations. Manga tends to be created from the vision of a single author, who's usually also the artist. While they don't always start with an end in sight, they do eventually end, most of the time. Marvel and DC Comics, however, feature characters made decades ago that are regularly reimagined by different writers and artists, each with their own interpretations of the characters. Although they tend to have consistent narrative frames, they're not bound to any single continuity. What is and is not canon depends entirely on which universe you're talking about. To the vast majority of people, comic book characters are just pop culture icons. You don't have to have ever picked up a single comic book to be familiar with Spider-Man's origin story. Shit, I knew a girl in high school who looked me dead in the eyes and asked me what's the difference between Marvel and DC while wearing a Superman crop top. Comic characters differ from a character like, say, Naruto, who despite having no shortage of non-canon material, is still closely tied to a single continuous narrative. An industry built around continuously reimagining characters unsurprisingly works as material to be reimagined into live action. Also, the MCU
terakhir memulangkan Sersia dari
kemarin belum selesai.
Ini udah plan for mount, hampir aja tim dari Blitz kalah. Tapi Kerry gak begitu panik, dia cukup tenang untuk menembak pemain.
big fan banget. Gue suka Sova di map ini, cuman gue nggak setuju dengan satu controller kayak Omen doang. Itu terlalu sulit harusnya buat main di map ini. Jadi walaupun Bleed kemarin sempat kalah, gue tetap harusnya ini masih jadi mapnya Bleed.
Harusnya ya, dan mungkin ini adalah redemption juga untuk Bleed sendiri bisa memenangkan match kali ini dan akhirnya menunjukkan taji mereka yang sesungguhnya itu seperti apa gitu di Pearl. Tapi kalau misalnya kita melihat dari agent comms-nya ini sendiri, selection yang sudah terpampang nyata tadi sempat di-mention dari sisi bonkersnya sendiri. Kalau misalnya dari lu Lihan, dari Bleed-nya sendiri nih yang akan membawa double duelist seperti apa?
Menurut gue dengan adanya kayak Steam Beacon juga ngebuat daya eksplosif mereka juga kuat, dan ini udah agent biasa yang mereka bawakan juga di Pro. Cuman gue emang lebih takut ke arah si bonkersnya sih, karena bonkers kan kayaknya zero point-nya gue rasa bakal gampang untuk di bait gitu, untuk dilemparkan zero point-nya. Dan juga smoke omen Yang dimana kalau misalkan di long B itu buat nutupin mereka smoke omen ya kayak udah habis dua-duanya. Bisa jadi kayak lu bakal ngasih set gratis aja 2 smoke doang, buat attack juga agak sulit menurut gua karena cuma bawa omen, kayak mendingan bawa Astra gitu menurut gua ini. Kalau misalkan Brimstone kan smoke-nya meskipun dia nggak bisa refresh lagi, tapi lama banget smoke Brimstone tuh lama, molly-nya juga lama banget.
Betul,
Jadinya
betul.
dia juga punya orbital strike tentunya. Jadi punya 2 utility buat ngancurin lockdown Kijai.
Jadi 2-0 tidak Wilson dan juga Lihan.
2-0 harusnya.
Harusnya
Kalau
ya.
Bleed nggak aneh-aneh, harusnya 2-0.
Lihan gimana Lihan?
Gas 2-0.
Teman-teman bagaimana? 2-0 tidak? Tolong coba tulis di kolom komentar karena sesaat lagi kita bakalan melihat jawaban tersebut. Apakah Bleed akan memperlihatkan kekuatan mereka yang sesungguhnya di map pilihan mereka sendiri yang tanpa basa-basi langsung ngamanin yaitu Pearl. Jadi langsung saja untuk melihat jawaban tersebut, gue lempar ke arah Son dan juga Lihan. Take it away.
Oke, thank you Don. Ya, dengan lu bawa Brimstone di map Pearl, satu hal yang harus kita perhatikan lagi adalah Bleed bakal main 5-an. Lu lihat itu 0 point ditungguin. Lagi-lagi karena betapa krusialnya drone ini buat nge-clear pilar dan juga kabi. Jadi udah ke-nullify satu utility dari Bonkers dan ini yang selalu dilakukan oleh Bleed di Pearl. Karena mereka bawanya Brimstone, mereka nggak bisa nih main mutar yang biasanya adalah jadi ciri khas dari map Pearl. Kalau lu pakai Viper, lu naikin Toxic Screen, lu turunin. Lu naikin Poison Cloud, lu turunin, muter B, muter A, muter B, ujung-ujungnya ke B. Jadi mau nggak mau, Bleed emang harus milih. Oke, mau A atau B. Dan kelihatannya setelah tadi mereka bikin pressure ke arah side B, ngeluarin drone, mereka langsung lari ke arah side A. Dan kecepatan akan menjadi tumpuan utama dari Bleed untuk mendobrak masuk. Dan bener aja Crazy Guy mampu mendapatkan kill pertama ke arah Dragon. 4 lawan 5 sekarang Darion berhasil mendapatkan backside. Dan sekarang map control relatif dipegang oleh Bleed karena mereka memiliki A-main, mereka memiliki defender spawn, bahkan shock dart, connect. Darion yang akan mengambil chance itu. Tag pertama ada Lu di jarak dekat dan Nev kembali menyumbang kill untuk Bleed. Direspon oleh Watt dan Nev mampu mendapatkan 1 kill lagi. Ardew gak ngapa-ngapain di lini ini, cuma nunggu di press doang dan pada akhirnya menjadi 1 lawan 4. Scary headshot langsung ke arah Liu. Bleed membuka keran angka mereka dengan memenangkan pistol round.
Ya tadi udah ada shock dart juga yang ngancurin alarm bot, langsung dash in, jadi banyak setup yang lebih rapih lah dari Bleed bisa dibilang. Langsung coba untuk cover bagian belakang, secret sama flower langsung diamanin. Dan 0 point, gue jarang sebenarnya ngeliat KO kayaknya di Pearl, kayaknya ya. Karena emang 0 pointnya juga gampang, kayak area buat ngasih suppressnya terlalu kecil. Dan susah buat kena, mungkin kalau misalkan buat di-tag agak lain. Cuman kalau misalkan kali ini, gue rasa kayaknya agak sulit buat nge-deny pergerakan dari Bleed yang eksplosif dengan dia punya Sneak Beacon dan juga Brimstone. Ternyata udah ada Tarkam di arah sini. Dan ternyata di arah B, udah mulai masuk, Recon tidak mendeteksi dari arah hall. Ardu masih menjaga di link dan udah ada smoke dari Brim dan bahkan dimajuin oleh Crazy Guy. Dia melihat sedikit tangan yang keluar. 2 kill Lu pun tumbang. 3 lawan 5 kali ini. Hanya bermodalkan sebuah klasik dan juga Sheriff. Watt hanya bisa menunggu dengan dark cover yang tinggal hanya 1. Dragon mencoba untuk nge-flank yang pastinya juga sudah di-spec oleh pemain dari Bleed. Dia akan coba untuk menjaga, 1 pemain sudah terlihat tentunya dari arah Heaven. Crazy Guy mengamankan flanker yaitu Dragon. 1 pemain turun dan akan dihabisi begitu saja oleh Bleed. Round yang terlihat sangat mudah dan flawless, bahkan tidak ada pemain yang tumbang dari Bleed. Dan ini mungkin bisa dapetin bonus round yang bahkan sama Bleed kalau gini caranya.
Ya, berasa kan speed is the name of the game. Ini udah berasa nggak main Valorant, ini main Need for Speed ini kayaknya. Karena udah bakal ngebut terus-terusan. Begitu smoke itu turun, nggak ada kata mundur buat Bleed. Mau nggak mau gas. Dan karena mereka punya Juicy yang, well, lu masih inget kan data statistiknya berbicara apa, dan lu bisa ngelihat first kill percentage dia tuh tinggi banget. Tentu lu pede kalau lu Bleed. Jadi Bonkers mereka punya masalah besar, apalagi mereka pakai Omen doang. Omen ini smoke-nya lelet banget. Kalau ada kontak didapetin sama Bonkers, smoke Omen itu nyampenya ada 1 detik, 1,5 detik lah baru nyampe. Bleed kemungkinan besar udah nyampe side-nya. Jadi emang mimpi buruk banget. Bonkers harus bisa ngebaca pergerakan dari Bleed kalau mereka pengen efektif manfaatin smoke ini. Karena kalau nggak, mereka bakal kalah kecepatannya. Seperti yang gue bilang, ya smoke itu turun, artnya udah dikontrol. Paranoia, telat, nanoswarmnya udah nyampe dan Derion dash in. Dan langsung aja saya dikontrol. Juicy sudah menahan sebagai second lane dari Bleed. 3 lawan 4, didobrak masuk, lagi-lagi kecepatan dari Bleed menjadi masalah. Recon akan connect dan gak ada yang ngancurin tadi, agak kurang ajar sebenarnya. Dan gue yakin dua pemain itu marah-marah. Tapi apa mau dikata, Nef dengan Marshall-nya connect. Dan Ardiu serta minimize low. Jadi Marshall dari Nef ini sangat berbahaya tentunya. No scope-nya miss. Crazy Guy gak punya recon. Bakal coba jiggle-jiggle. Ada ketakutan di gerakan Ardiu tentunya karena dua-duanya low HP. Oh, Crazy Guy masih bisa jumping. Dipancing keluar dan run and gun dari Crazy Guy. Melahirkan hat-trick untuk Bleed.
Wah, itu hampir minimize ngasih mimpi buruk karena dari arah secret tadi dapetin 2 kill. Dan pemain ini jiggle-jiggle, satu kepancing kena wallbang dan run and gun terakhirnya pun menghabisi pemain terakhir. Dan ini sulit untuk Bonkers kalau mau time out juga tuh early karena dia akan eco seharusnya di round keempat kali ini. Jadi Bleed emang bicara tentang kecepatan, 2 duelis. Biasanya kalau misalkan udah dua duelis kayak gini, Reyna dapat first kill, dia dismiss, itu bisa dibantu sama lu juga second layernya. Jadinya agak berat kemungkinan dan lu mencoba untuk bermain lebih maju lagi. Dia belum punya Blade Storm karena ini masih round 4 dan kill yang dia punya juga tidak banyak. Sedangkan dari Crazy Guy satu lagi sudah punya Hunter Fury. Coba untuk bermain lebih santai dulu dari Bleed, sedikit lebih respect karena Eco itu biasanya ada shorty di angle-angle yang tidak mereka expect gitu, tiba-tiba mati sama shorty, senjata murah. Tapi kali ini dari Bleed mencoba untuk bermain sedikit lebih santai, menurunkan kecepatannya dan lu mencoba untuk mencari informasi lebih dekat lagi dan bermain agresif. Sedangkan arts-nya kali ini kosong. 2 pemain sudah masuk, turret dihancurkan, kontaknya Paranoia coba dikeluarkan, namun dari Bonkers hanya bisa bermain dekat karena bakal coba untuk mengandalkan right click atau mungkin sheriff untuk kena ke arah kepala. Karena udah ada leer yang dibuka, Crazy Guy mencoba masuk 3 orang sekaligus, bahkan tidak ada yang ditukar dari seorang Bonkers. Coba untuk mendapatkan yang kedua, Juicy, minimize pun tumbang, tinggal 2 pemain, Reagan dan juga Lu. Lu jauh banget posisinya, udah di-expect ditungguin sama Crazy Guy. Dan juga pemain terakhir yang ada di main langsung di-delete oleh Bleed. 4-0 bersih untuk Bleed. Ekonominya terbangun banget karena ya tadi flawless juga dan mereka jarang banget kayak dapat round tapi mahal gitu, San.
Iya, lihat Bleednya udah 6.000 di round keempat. Ya ini kecepatan dari Bleed jadi masalah banget sih. Linglung sumpah. Bonkers udah utility mereka nggak bisa ngerespon permainan cepat ini. Merekanya juga split second decision ini jadi bingung karena itu tadi strat nge-push nusuknya dari arah defender spawn. Bonkers kayak ini kita harus ngerespon apa? Lihat Bleed ini sebenarnya cukup one dimensional karena mereka cuma bisa pilih satu side tapi selalu works. Karena lagi-lagi daya dobrak yang mereka punya, Juicy sama Derion ini ngeselin banget. Dan smoke dari Scary nggak cuma nutup vision tapi juga bikin playground bagi Juicy. Kalau Juicy ngekill, dismissnya bisa masuk ke smoke-nya Scary. Habis itu bisa di ngedouble swing bareng Derion. Jadi pusing banget ini Bonkers. Dan kalau Bonkers nggak bisa punya setup mini games untuk ngedeny Bleed, mereka dalam masalah besar. Karena ketika lawannya mengandalkan kecepatan, mengandalkan setup, mereka harus ada mini games. Harus ada crossfire yang udah mateng sebelum pemain-pemain ini masuk. Kalau on the fly semua, kecepatan itu nggak akan bisa mereka kalahkan. Mungkin operator adalah jawabannya dan 0 point, gak connect, gak dapetin informasi apapun. Kelihatannya ada setup alarm bot nano swarm, udah mulai ketahuan nih kayaknya pola lari dari Juicy ketika masuk ke dalam site kemana. Dan ini bakal jadi recon tembus harusnya. Salahnya selalu ada line up nano swarm dari Nef. Jadi Watt ini harus berhati-hati karena backside dari selalu di nano. Oke, smoke udah turun, confirm. Dan benar aja Derion dash in. Kali ini Watt akan mencoba untuk jemput bola tapi lagi gagal. Juicy double kill, reconnya connect, dikacangin. Tembus juga side-nya oleh Bleed. Masih menjadi masalah. Minimize dan Liu bisa apa di posisi ini? Minimize pengen mencoba nampaknya tapi Juicy triple kill, lu pengen menyelamatkan operator yang dia pegang. Tentunya di posisi seperti ini itu adalah pilihan terbaik. Jadi Bleed 5-0. Gue nggak ngelihat Bonkers bisa ngerespon ini, Han.
Iya, ini save operator pasti ya. Padahal tadi Bonkers nggak kepancing sih. Udah ada Cloudburst yang dibuang, berharap kayak ngelihat Bleed yang ada geser ke arah dingdongnya, tapi nggak juga. Terus Shova juga udah buang Shock Dart masuk ke arah side A buat ngancurin main Killjoy, tapi Bonkers tetap solid tuh, dia tetap defense. Cuma tadi pas tiba-tiba momentum dapat dan ini mau nggak dikasih save, tapi gagal dari Darion, nggak masalah. Pemain dari Bleed masih punya ekonomi yang sangat banyak untuk memenangkan round demi round dan beli senjata lagi di round selanjutnya. Dan apakah yang akan dilakukan oleh Bonkers, bahkan timeout pun masih belum di call kali ini 5-0. Pusing kayaknya.
Pusing banget, pusing. Karena yang bisa nge-counter kecepatan dari Bleed cuman itu. Lu punya mini games di dalam side, atau lu berani keluar jemput bola dengan lagi-lagi mini games. Kuncinya adalah mini games, atau 0 point lu ini minimal kena. Karena dari tadi Bleed cuman mondar-mandir, 0 poinnya udah keluar guys. Hit side yang satu lagi. Dan sekarang punya 0 komen nih, minimize. Sebenarnya bisa banget kalau mereka mau jemput bola sekarang, karena nggak akan ada mainan-mainan dari Bleed. Mungkin bisa banget main, kontak 0 komen. Lagi-lagi biar mainan ini nggak keluar nih waktu masuk ke dalam side. Karena dari tadi jadi masalah terus, dan Watt kali ini udah muak kayaknya bermain di dalam side. Cuman jadi korban tembakan pemain-pemain Bleed doang. Kali ini dia bakal cabut, main retake. Minimize lagi-lagi kuncinya punya 0 komen dan bahkan mendapatkan nerf, jadi nggak ada lockdown. 4 lawan 4, Darion mengambil chance bermain dari arah defender spawn dan Ardiu memenangkan duel. Lear dari Juicy, namun terlambat. Watt mendapatkan satu kill, Scary punya orbital strike dan akhirnya Bonkers mendapatkan jawaban. Mereka memilih untuk bermain jauh ke belakang dan Bleed mendapati side kosong. Akhirnya Bonkers merespon. Karena mereka nggak punya mini games, mereka nggak bisa bermain agresif, mereka coba main full on retake dan Bleed. Agresivitas mereka justru nge-punish mereka di round ke-6. Karena tadi sayangnya Darion gagal mendapatkan frag. Dan posisi dari Juicy udah mati banget. Retake cepat. Tapi wah, kita lihat apakah ini bisa dilakukan lagi oleh Bonkers. Karena mungkin kalau udah kayak begini, Bleed udah tahu, oke, side-nya dikosongin, sekarang mereka main jauh ke belakang. Bisa digas sampai defender spawn itu kalau mereka mau. Dan mungkin bahkan side B. 5 ultimate nih Bonkers punya. Kalau mereka masih bisa nggak bisa nahan. Wah, ini Bleed bener-bener bisa aja bawa lari map kedua ini.
Yes, nih 0 poinnya sedikit tidak terlihat berguna bisa dibilang, tapi kali ini bakal disimpan dulu. Udah mulai kelihatan dan lu dengan operator akan mendapatkan satu korban ya, 2 bahkan Nap kali ini ditumbangkan. 2 HP tersisa, masih ada Crazy Guy dan juga Scary. Tiba-tiba tinggal 1 pemain. Spike terjatuh, Tarkam dekat dimajuin oleh pemain dari Bonkers. Emang ini yang harusnya mereka lakukan, motong jalan dari pemain Bleed yang suka coba untuk membuang utility yang dimiliki oleh Bonkers. Dicoba untuk nyalain jam tangannya terlebih dahulu, tapi coba untuk ditunda. Masih ada cover di sini. Harusnya sulit untuk Scary 1 lawan 3. Ultimate juga masih ada yang harusnya nggak bakal dipakai tentunya oleh pemain dari Bonkers. Hanya dengan operator tadi juga dapetin 2 kill dan Scary ketahuan. Udah crossfire dari arah hall juga, paranoia sudah dilempar. Masih ada recon juga tentunya dari Sofa. Ya ini udah nggak bisa sih. Scary tinggal 68 HP. 2 tembakan badan peluru, udah crossfire juga. Ada smoke yang bikin kepikiran. Namun mungkin ini tidak akan untuk tim Bleed tentunya. 5-2 Bonkers sudah mulai menjawab, Son.
Ya, itu dia akhirnya agresivitas keluar. Liu berhasil menyumbang 3 kill yang krusial ya. Basically dimenangin sama Lu sih tadi rondenya. Nah, kalau dia nggak dapet di posisi ini udah amat selesai. Bayangin itu posisi one dan banget. Dan agresivitas kunci banget bagi Bonkers. Dan Bleed harusnya bisa ngerespon ini semua. Karena udah mulai nih keluar 2 plan dari Bonkers. Main antara jauh ke belakang. Lihat sekarang A-nya yang bakal diagresifin. Bonkers sudah muak dengan setup dari Bleed yang semena-mena. Dan sekarang Bleed merespon dengan bermain relatif default. Walaupun demikian tetap dengan kecepatan yang tinggi. Default mereka nggak default amat. Mereka bakal nge-hit side yang gak biasa dijaga oleh operator, yaitu mid double door, dan Darion terkena 0 point. Tipis banget di dalam smoke. Dan null comment dibuka pula. Darion, bad stormnya ternullify. Lockdown dibalas lockdown, tapi Ardiu kali ini punya Hunter's Fury dan gak memilih untuk menghancurkan lockdown tersebut. Dua tim sama-sama harus cabut dari TKP. Juicy masih bisa selamat harusnya walaupun terkena detain. Dan ada smoke yang justru menyelamatkan dua pemain ini. Di tap, Piton ditukar dengan Molly. Dan lagi-lagi masih ada orbital strike dari Scary. Jadi itu bakal masalah. Dan Dragon mampu mendapatkan 1 kill. What? Follow up. Dan Nev sampai ke arah Link. Scary masalahnya udah mati duluan. Dan Dragon quad kill. Bonkers membalas kecepatan dengan kecepatan. Bleed. Mereka terdinai. Berkat 0 point minimize yang connect ke arah Darion. Ditambah null comment. Ditambah lockdown. Adu ultimate. Dan kali ini Bonkers yang menang.
Yes, itu fragmentnya juga ngusir pemain yang ada di pilar, harus keluar tadi juga sebelumnya karena kena detain. Jadi dia agak lambat untuk melarikan diri. Pemain dari arah Dingdong juga susah di perl yang baru ini untuk naik. Jadi butuh sedikit effort. Tapi 0 point tadi sih langsung numpulin pisau Bloodstorm dari Darion yang harusnya dia bisa dapat space di arah Heaven. Bisa dapetin kill, tapi dia turun cuma punya Sheriff doang, nggak berani dan hampir aja tadi timingnya orang yang di Heaven udah keluar gitu dari seorang Killjoy. Dan kali ini timeout tentunya bisa di-call oleh Bleed karena kecepatan mereka sudah mulai diketahui dan di
Raven. Ketikin dong tulisannya. Raven. Kayak gini kah?
Iya itu.
Oke. Indo kah?
Iya, Asia.
Oke. Tadi aku nungguin. Masuk dulu. Bablas anjay.
Kirain main langsung.
Enggak, nunggu dulu. Bentar, aku bikin game capture dulu. Ini undawn.
Ini di mana? Di mobile?
Enggak, PC.
PC. Pilarnya sama.
Bentar, aku coba dulu. Aduh, mana ya? Nah.
Login dulu.
Ya, bentar. Bentar aku gelapin bentar. Masukin password.
Screennya ganti tak?
Masih download baru 53%.
Telat.
Aduh, bentar. Untung aku tadi ada nge-save password. Mana ya? Pilot lagi. Ayolah. Udah. Oke. Nanti tampilan. ID server Raven Shelter nih kah?
Raven Shelter.
I am back. Halo bro. Bentar, ngubah itu dulu. Ngubah judul. Kan menunggu mabar. Mabar undawn.
Paling gue berapa itu nunggu levelnya di batas level gitu.
Iya. Nungguin ada suara doang.
Buat keangkut.
Bentar, itu di mana ya? Oh ya di sini. Oke, sudah aku ubah. Too many people registration. Gak bisa dong. Disuruh pakai server lain, tolil.
Masa?
Nih. Too many people are registered on the server.
Harusnya disuruh nunggu sih.
Please select another server, gokil. Padahal hijau loh, tolil kan.
Anjir bisa gitu ya?
Agak ngerti.
Kalau gue disuruh nunggu dulu sih. Ngantri gitu.
Mungkin PC beda kali ya. Udah paham sih.
Coba yang merah yang lain server yang penuh coba.
Yang penuh. Kagak ada, hijau semua.
Yang merah. Hot. Di Redwood Outpost coba.
Redwood Outpost.
Kiri bawah.
Kiri bawah. Redwood Outpost. Tuh, bisa masuk.
Bisa.
Kan bodoh.
Oh gitu, padahal sama-sama merah.
Ya lumayan sih grafik. Balik dulu lah. Wah, login lagi asem.
Banyak yang main kali ya?
Mungkin banyak yang main.
Kok gitu sih?
Raven. Gak bisa bro. Suruh select another server. Tolil.
Ya soalnya orang Indonya di situ semua penuh.
Udah janjian gitu kah?
Udah janjian di forum Facebook.
Oh, aha. Kalau server lain nggak ketemu orang Indo?
Ada sih, tapi dikit. Kemarin
Iya.
juga ada yang komen di server mana gitu, outpost gitu. Terus campnya sepi. Kayak squadnya kayak guildnya gitu sepi.
Ini bikin satu karakter harus di satu server itu doang kan? Gak bisa dipindah-pindah. Bisa pindah-pindah.
Bisa pindah-pindah.
Oh. Gimana ya?
Tapi buat dari awal lagi kalau pindah server.
Oh, pantes. Ya sama aja bohong.
Tampilan karakternya bisa sama, tapi setiap server ngulang lagi progresnya.
Oh. Bentar lah. Lokot dulu.
Ya coba aja mainin.
Balik dulu.
Sambil nunggu download.
Soalnya ada redeem code gitu bro.
Hah?
Kamu udah ngeklaim kah redeem code?
Gak tahu tuh, belum pernah redeem.
Kayaknya ada redeem code-nya. Garena. Anjay. Bentar. Repot satu. Wah, nggak bisa tolong.
Atau gua yang pindah juga?
Janganlah. Sayang. Ngulang-ngulang buat apa coba?
Buat bisa mabar.
Berusaha dulu lah. Baru juga download 85%. Nih.
Lima per 3 patch dari 4.
Iya. Berapa habisnya ya memori ya? GB, 14 GB. Nggak terlalu banyak sih. Mungkin belum keseluruhan.
Atau buatin dulu kali ya. Bentar, gue coba bikin akun baru tapi servernya sama.
Boleh tuh. Kamu langsung bisa masuk kah?
Ya, coba dulu.
Oh ya. Duh.
Itu many people.
Pengen apa?
Itu tuh bisa gitu, bisa penuh.
Iya. Anjay. Sembilan puluh 97,9%, 98%. Berarti
Sama aja penuh.
iya kan?
Buat akun baru aja udah. Pilih server lainnya.
Aduh. Coba kamu masuk pakai akunmu yang biasa, bisa nggak? Ya, ya bisa sih. Jelas
Bisa, kan udah terdaftar di itunya.
Gimana ini ya?
Tuh, bisa langsung masuk.
Aduh. Udah selesai download. Jadi berapa persen? Jadi berapa GB? Cari 14,2 sampai 20. Saints Hill. Anjay, harga gitu dong. Aduh, ini nih tanda-tanda. Oh, aku coba dong, nggak pakai Anggarena, pakai yang dari bawaan luar, bisa nggak ya? Ya sama Garena. Sama Garena. Aduh bang, gimana ya bang? Server penuh bang.
Katanya Lost City rame Indo sih.
Lost City.
Server Lost City.
Penuh juga.
Redwood rame juga, bentar.
Lost City bisa masuk. Tuh.
Ya
Bisa
udah,
masuk,
gua aja yang pindah.
Bodoh kali.
Jadi
Bentar.
anjir.
Sekali lagi nyoba.
Soalnya sama-sama server kedua katanya. Kalau gua speedrun bisa cepet itunya progresnya. Skip story.
Skip story. Udah lah, kalau City aja berarti. Story di skip terus dijalanin apa dulu bro?
Ya ngikutin ceritanya dulu. Nanti setiap camp ada side quest. Tiap map.
Kita pakai ciwi gaming, ciwi gaming. Anjay, yang anime mana ya? Udah bodo amat, guys. Enter game.
Nah gitu cewek.
Hah?
Bener karakternya cewek.
Bodo
Gua
amat.
nanti coba bisa dating bro.
Anjir geli.
Bener.
Enter game. Namanya siapa? Aul.
Pas banget.
Apa ya? Aku bingung nih.
Tapi gua keluar camp dulu ini, kasihan nih. Tinggalin camp. Gua juga bikin karakter baru aja.
15.
Nama cewek lah. Beta aja beta. NPC, kenapa nggak NPC?
Beta aja lah. Beta.
Mama beta.
Beta 42.
Masa pakai nomor, aduh. Lost function. Di
Anjir, loadingnya lama juga ya.
awal-awal mungkin.
Mungkin. Baru jalan. Berapa FPS tembus? Wah, kalau bisa kebaca. Anjay, patah-patah. Cut skin aja buat patah-patah. Goblok. Anjay, suaranya telat. Oh, itu suara telat. Terus? Anjir, perlu dipencet, bro. Mouse kiri perlu di apa?
Waduh, mobile aja, mobile version.
Anjay, kok jelek abis. Perlu di ini loh, ditahan kayak main PB. Anjir.
Kursornya nggak masuk ke game ya?
Enggak. Jelek abis.
Emang iya, orang-orang emang gitu.
Iyalah.
Ntar lihat live stream orang coba.
Anjay, patah-patah pula. Mending main itu apa? Tapi ya beda lah. Ini kan game apa sih namanya?
Enggak sih.
It's getting dark. This place will be crawling
Pencet
with
apa ya?
zombies any
Bisa
minute.
ngeluarin kursor gitu.
I should go.
Terus masukin lagi.
Ini kah? Collapse combat screen. Sopet collapse combat screen. Display melee button. On. Karakter info. Leaderboard info. Kontrol berarti ya. Kontrol. Aim. Left. Back. Kayak mobile bro.
Iya, ini mobile banget.
Tampilan mobile. Tapi tulisannya PC. The hell.
Portingan kali ya?
Iya, portingan. Movement beda. Asli ada bulatan kayak gini mobile habis. Coba ini dong.
Custom coba. Pencetannya apa aja tuh?
Kagak ada sih. Kagak ada. Punya orang gimana bro main PC?
Normal sih.
Ini aku kan perlu
kursornya bisa keluar masuk gitu. Jadi
Waduh.
pilih menu, kursornya muncul.
Hah? Apa? Anjir mulai. Aduh, disuruh lagi. Gimana ya? Entar lah, ngatur dulu lah. Bakalan berdiam diri beberapa menit. Oh, gimana caranya ini? Item info gitu. Mungkin selesain tutorial. Selesain tutorial dulu kali.
Coba.
I need weapons and meds. Might be able to find something in that gas stop. Is that a gas stop over there? Hopefully it's safe in there. Best to avoid getting... Those are zombies. Gotta be careful. It'll be a problem if I get injured here.
Wah, gimana nyerangnya? Tolong.
Pencet apa?
Gak tahu nih. Wah, nyerang pencet apa? Anjir.
Manual.
What the hell?
Antibodies. Need to find some. I hope the scavengers haven't cleaned this place out yet.
Wah, gokil. Lebih susah. Bentar.
Cari di Google dulu cara kontrol.
Biar deh, cari di Google dulu deh. Bentar. Nah, bentar bro. Nggak bisa lagi bro. Aku harus keluar dulu bentar. Aduh. Loh, ini bisa. Loh, tolil. Loh.
Bisa tuh.
Loh. Goblok.
Ya udah, itu bagus tuh.
Lah, tadi salahnya apa di mana? Nah, muncul lagi. Oh, emang gitu.
Kali.
Iya. Nih kan baru keluar kan nih ada. Terus keluar lagi, masuk lagi, baru muncul. Oke lah, aku bentar bantu emak dulu lah.
Ya santai.
Oh, harus pencet ini bro, ALT. Tuh, muncul kursornya. Pencet lagi hilang. Aduh, tolol. Bentar ya. Aku Discord
Ya,
masih
ya, ya.
aktif, cuman keluar
Santai.
game doang. Biar nggak terlalu panas PC kalau didiamin. Yo, ada something kagak? Kayaknya harus selesaikan tutorial. Ada something.
Damn, it's empty.
Find supply.
Antibodies. These'll be useful later. Thanks, Hermia. Oh, great. Zombies. These things just don't know when to stop. Gunshots will attract. That's a junkyard. Huh. I can't believe this thing still works. Slow down. Stay quiet. Maybe the zombies won't hear you.
Oh god. Datang pulang. Ini baterai saving. Di PC ada baterai saving. Gokil. Baterai saving. Anjay. Dead you motherfucker. Motherfucker. Udah bisa tembus. Masa kagak ada yang bisa diambil? Banyak peralatan. Masa kagak ada yang bisa diambil? Yuk. Polil. Apa ini? Born Diary. Oke. Gak ada yang penting. Bisa nunduk kah? Oh bisa. Meninggoy. Apa ada something? Kagak ada something. Wah. Anjojing. Bisa gitu. Atletis banget. Udah baju. Bisa diambil? Kagak bisa. Ada zombie lagi? Kagak ada. Loh, cutscene.
This isn't the best place to ride. Let's keep moving.
Yo, balik lagi aku.
Streamingan.
Kamu stream kah?
Iya.
Anjay, ditembakin dong. Kagak tahu yang lo tembakin MC. Anjay. Mukanya sama semua.
The Raven shelter. If there's anyone out there, any survivors,
Emang
please
takut kali.
answer. We're at
Who's there? Show me your pass.
Kagak bisa.
You certainly don't look like an attacker. If you want to enter the shelter, you'll have to register and get checked first.
Check first.
Come with me. I'll take you to the inspection. Over here.
Kakubet gerakannya.
Right here, please. We appreciate your cooperation.
Itu 60 FPS kan?
Entar berapa FPS ya? Basic video. Cinematic ultra, frame rate ultra sih, nggak tahu berapa.
Ke bawah.
Anti aliasing, vertical sync.
Anjir, di mobile kagak bisa rata-rata 60.
Iya kah? Kan beda sama PC Windows mode. Kagak ah. High resolution always on. Visibility player on screen high. Anti-aliasing always on. Classic colorful movie. Colorful lah. Confirm. Anjay. Sama aja sih.
Welcome to the Raven Shelter. You need to be inspected and registered before you can go inside.
Ih, mukanya belah. Surem. Lift up a scanner.
Multiple wounds. Were you attacked by zombies? Dr. Michael, please come to the entrance. Someone is wounded.
Deskripsi channel lu belum ganti.
Deskripsi. Deskripsinya apa itu? Hah? Masih apa?
Mama Kahadak channel lama.
Yang mana itu?
Tentang channelnya, bukan deskripsi video.
Oh. Nantilah aku pikirin caranya. Main dulu.
Santai.
Males.
Mau gue nambahin ini.
Terus langsung kemana? Ke sini. Seri.
A new survivor? Don't be nervous. This is the Raven Shelter. You're safe here. Since this is your first time in the shelter,
inilah bedanya game orang timur,
I hope you don't mind.
Game timur sama barat. Kalau timur kayak gini bentuk modelannya. Kalau barat kayak Aloy, tahu Aloy enggak? Di Genshin. Nah, kayak gitu. Kalau orang barat ini memilih jelek gitu kan. Bentuk wajah buat karakter game. Anjay lah.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, this is
Enggak
Dr.
sih, itu
Michael.
cuma
He'll
mau
be in charge of your
narik
checkup
pasar
and
doang.
treatment.
Tapi besarnya mukanya jelek, anjay. Muka MC-nya gimana? Dr. Michael.
Hi, I'm Dr. Michael, and I manage all medical operations in the Raven Shelter. Sometimes I also travel to other outposts to provide medical support. Let me take a look at your wounds. Well, nothing serious, just a few scratches.
Anjay.
All you need is a bandage and a good night's rest.
Geli bet.
Follow me. I'll find you a place to rest.
Let's go. Cutscene lagi.
This way.
Kagak.
Slow down. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Chapter 2, New Hope.
Look at this place. Can you believe that at first there was nothing here but a pile of rubble? I still remember those days. Kane, Sherry, Catherine. The Ravens built all this and gave the shelter a new purpose. There was no farmland or pasture along the river, only wilderness. It was Kane who led everyone to find seeds and livestock. I don't know how many all-nighters Catherine had to
gelap ya
get
kalau
the
di
signal
YouTube.
tower and the
Gimana?
helicopters up and running.
Grafiknya.
She might not talk much,
Gimana gelap?
but she gets stuff done. We even have a
Gelap
school
banget
that
gitu.
Sherry built.
Di sini kah?
Shadownya.
Oh iya.
You can stay here tonight. I'm sure you'll love it.
The Last of Us vibe-nya.
also need this device. Let's see if I can find it. Geez, I really am getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. I think I left it in the living room. It's a really cool device. Once you register, you'll be able to check every single thing about your physical condition. In many cases, this device might even be more important than your weapons. It should be on the coffee table in the living room.
Explore. Oh, map. Wardrobe. Oh iya. Set. Oh, kagak punya. Anjay. Game gacha. Dragon Scale AK-47 finish. Anjay. Vector. Kok ada katana dong? Gokil. Wah. Emang diperuntukkan untuk menghabiskan uang.
Nah.
Apa itu? Wash clothes. Kagak. Anjay. Gambarnya pecah ya? Kalau cutscene gitu. Nggak HD. 480 mungkin ini grafiknya. Gokil betul.
Ya 480 kali.
Asli gokil, jelek banget. Mungkin itu gara-garanya datanya nggak sebanyak game lain. Kalau game lain kan ada yang sampai 60 GB. Game kurir online aja sampai 50 GB.
Ya beda dong, jangan disamain.
Gokil. Aduh, ini ngapain ya? Body, mentality, hygiene. Body disuruh ngapain? Fitness, exercise. Anjay, segitu abang.
Exercise is tiring, but it keeps you fit.
Oke, terus ngapain? Ke atas. Terus manage. New dossier unlock. Dokter diary. Kagak paham. Ubah Indo lah, bodo amat. Mana ya? Language. Bahasa Indo. Ada Jepang nggak? Wah, kagak ada Jepang. Cina. Loh. Ada. Malah di kick. Malah force close. Anjay. Tuh coba lagi, bisa nggak ya di Raven Shelter? Kagak bisa, masih kagak bisa, tolil. Di Raven masih kagak bisa, anjay. Positif. Jam berapa sudah? 4.51 aja ya, mau jam 2. Anjoy, mandi.
It feels so nice. I can't even remember the last time I had a hot bath. I'll definitely sleep well tonight. I'm so tired. That bed looks really comfy.
Tidur dong, Bambang.
That was a good night's sleep. Feeling refreshed. This is amazing. I feel alive again. My numbers should be pretty good now. My stomach's a little upset. Time for a bathroom break.
Bathroom break. Oh, boker. Mana ya? Boker.
That's much better.
Terus?
My clothes. What are all these stains? Sand, grease, mud. Well, guess my expedition yesterday was pretty eventful. I can't stand this anymore. I have to wash up. These have to be washed. I think the washing machine's downstairs.
Cek. Yo. Aman. Cek gitu kan. Aman. Astaga, baju tidak bersih.
This thing still works? I'm not dreaming, am I?
Terus kemana?
Glad you had a good night's sleep. I had to be on guard all night in case you did anything crazy. If you did, I would have busted into your room like bam, bam, bam. I'm not kidding. Outside of this shelter, there's a lot of crazy shit trying to sneak in here. You don't look like one of them. Welcome to the Raven's shelter. I heard you and Sherry are friends. If you're looking for her, just follow the road to the right. She should be at the memorial wall.
I didn't expect to see you again so soon. You should rest more. You were hurt pretty bad.
Just a few scratches, no big deal. What are you all doing here? Is that Kane over there?
We're getting ready for the memorial service later today. You can go talk to Kane. He's the leader of the Raven Squad and the shelter.
Server mana, Bang? Server apa tadi ya? Server Lost City kalau nggak salah.
Iya, Lost City.
Iya, katanya Lost City. Hehehe. Siapakah
Good
yuk?
to see you again. As the leader of the shelter, I'd like to officially extend my warmest welcome to you. Soon you'll find that Raven shelter's a good place. It's different from any shelters you've stayed at before. We're holding a ceremony for those who died during the Lost City battle. Please take a flower. By the way, something I need to talk with you about. Meet you at the command center after the service.
Kotak-kotak. Minecraft asli kotak-kotak. Soalnya kotak paling mudah digambar.
Saying goodbye to even more of our friends. I can't remember how many times we've had to do this in the past 4 years. But it never gets easier. When I decided to become a medic and study under Dr. Michael, I was hoping to help more people. But there's still so many I couldn't save. There's a lot I can do in the shelter. But once we step outside, we have to guard against our own kind too. Former gangsters, criminals, and mercenaries. We've lost a lot of good people to them. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up. Life is hard for everyone.
Lagi
I
boker dulu
shouldn't
nih.
let this negativity get to me.
Liatin kucing.
No worries, Sherry. We all have those moments. If talking about it helps, then I'm happy to share some of your burden.
Thanks for saying that. I feel better already. I applied for access to the shelter's radio station for you yesterday. You just need to talk to our communications specialist, Matilda, to get on the channel.
Terus?
Are you the survivor from the Lost City? You made it. I'm glad I kept calling on the radio yesterday.
Hujan. Aduh.
Before I add you to the channel, let me tell you about the Ravens. What would you like to know? This place used to be one of the temporary rescue camps. Kane, Catherine, and Dr. Michael were all serving here. When the disaster broke out 4 years ago, they lost communication with the headquarters. But refugees kept coming in. So Kane led the refugees and soldiers to build this place into a shelter. I was one of the refugees.
Buka tuh di mail.
If they didn't take me in, I would have been wolf meat a long time ago.
Hujan.
Dapat hadiah tuh.
Di mana?
Di mail, di mail.
Email. Bentar.
At first, things were really tough.
Di
We were always short of food, medicine, and weapons.
di chat
And we
ada
had to
gambar
fend
orang
off
gua.
all those things out there. But we pulled through. We managed to expand the shelter to the size it is today. We even have a stable power supply and tap water. The shelter, founded by Kane, started off as the Raven Squad. The members were Sherry, Catherine, Roman, Tang, and Yevgeny. But Yevgeny went missing during a mission. He looked scary, but he was actually very kind. Anyway, maybe Kane will tell you more. I don't know why, but I've got a feeling he thinks pretty highly of you. By the way, don't forget to tune in on the radio. The set's right there on the table. Be sure to say hi to everyone when you're connected.
Kayaknya harus off stream dulu deh. Mungkin lanjut malam, bro.
Oke.
Hujan. Bye bye.